So what is the whiskey that evaporates from its barrel called? 215-263 WMMR. Our first caller in is April. Hi, April. Good morning.
Hi, how are you guys?
Awesome. You sound chipper. All right, April.
I'm so excited.
Excellent. So what's the whiskey that evaporates from its barrel called?
The Angel Share?
Yes, the Angel's Share.
I love that.
That is correct. Hang on a second, April.
April sounds angelic.
And we have a pair of tickets for you to go to the Four Walls Presents the Always Sunny Podcast Live Saturday, September 23rd at the Mann Center and the Preston and Steve Show. Welcome the gang back to Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. Got some stories for you. We're going to start with this. Leslie Jones opened up to People magazine in an interview that was published yesterday about being sexually abused as a child. She writes about the trauma in her forthcoming memoir called Leslie Effing Jones, which is set to be released on Tuesday, the 19th. So that's coming up. The Saturday Night Live alum shared with the outlet that she was sexually assaulted when she was only 2 or 3 years old.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, she wrote about the experience and said it was very emotional and very, very hard for her. She said it was one of my babysitters who messed with me.
We haven't seen her in a while, so I guess maybe she's been working on this book.
I believe so. In the book, she writes, "Man, I wish I could go back and fight that guy. That little girl couldn't protect herself."
She could kick his ass.
She also told the outlet that she is unsure if her late parents ever knew about the assault either. So she's opening up about that. So I'm sure there's some other things that we're going to find out about her life. And you never know. Maybe we'll get her on for an interview at some point. Vin Diesel and Meadow Walker took to Instagram on Tuesday to remember Paul Walker and what would have been his 50th birthday.
That is unbelievable.
Of course, he died in a car crash at the age of 40 in 2013.
We got to meet him in person, Paul Walker. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, Meadow wrote, "Happy birthday to my guardian angel," alongside an old picture of herself with her father. She wrote, "You taught me at a young age to always treat everyone with respect, do good, and take care of our planet. I love you and miss you every day."
Vin Diesel actually walked her down the aisle for her wedding.
And Vin also honored him on Instagram with a lengthy post. In part, he wrote, "A decade, 10 long years, and yet it feels like yesterday when we were singing happy birthday to you for the big 4-0. This was alongside a throwback photo of the pair together. He added, "For me, this picture represents a moment I knew that we would be brothers for eternity." So a little sad recognition there.
In this case, it is about family.
Sean Penn went off about Will Smith slapping Chris Rock at the Oscars in an interview with Variety that was published yesterday.
What, did he just check his DVR?
Yeah.
No, I think they just asked him about it in an interview with Variety yesterday. He compared the incident to the time that he was sentenced to 60 days in county jail for spitting on an extra on the set of the 1988 film Colors.
Oh, my God.
And he said, "I don't know Will Smith. I met him once. He seemed very nice when I met him. He was so effing good in King Richard." And then he followed up those positive remarks with more scathing ones. He said, "So why the F did you just spit on yourself and everybody else with this stupid effing thing? Why did I go to effing jail for what you just did? And you're still sitting there. Why are you guys standing and applauding his worst moment as a person?" And he went on, and he had said he believed that this wouldn't have happened had Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky been able to share a message at the event. He said the Oscars producer thought, "Oh, he's not lighthearted enough." Well, guess what you got instead? Will Smith. He said this effing BS wouldn't have happened with Zelensky. Will Smith would never have left that chair to be a part of the stupid violence. It would never have happened. Penn added that he decided to give his Oscar away, so, quote, that it can be melted down to bullets so they can shoot at the Russians. So this is a recent interview with Variety and opens up about a bunch of stuff in that. ABC has announced the full cast for Dancing with the Stars season 32.
I was taking a look at this list and I'm like, Jesus, these people. I don't know half these people.
No, I didn't. Neither do I. There's a couple of decent ones in there,
right?
But for the most part, I don't know them, so I had to look them up.
A lot of reality folk.
Buffy the Vampire Slayer actress Allison Hannigan. I'm happy about
we love her.
that.
Yeah, Willow.
Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Mauricio Umansky.
I know. You're happy about that, I know.
Singer Jason Mraz.
Oh, okay.
I like him.
Yeah.
Okay. And former professional football player Adrian Peterson.
Okay. All right. Yeah. He. Okay, never mind. No, he's good. He was a really good running back.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's all right. You can acknowledge that.
Well, no, he had admitted to like whipping his son with a what are these called?
Oh, I
a
remember
switch.
this.
A
To
switch,
cut a
right?
switch and when hit him with a switch.
And that was like a
Yeah.
big thing. But all right, sorry.
So Jamie Lynn Spears and the Bachelorette series, season 20 star Charity Lawson and Vanderpump Rules star Ariana Maddox were previously announced as contestants. So some other ones that have been announced are Tyson Beckford.
Yes, the male model.
Yep, Zoolander.
Yes.
He appeared in that. Now, I don't know how to pronounce this actress's name. Xochitl. It's spelled Xochitl. So I don't know how you pronounce that name.
Chittle-vittle.
Gomez. I looked her up. Actress. She was in Doctor Strange, the Multiverse of Madness, but I don't remember the character. You also have Harry Jowsey.
Not familiar.
I don't know who that is. And let's see who else. Lily Pons, I believe, is a YouTuber. Mira Sorvino
Yes,
is one
there
of
you
them.
go.
She's the main girl in the Doctor Strange thing.
Yeah, and she actually is going to be in Secret Wars too. They're going to develop her as sort of like the next level of Avengers.
She's the one that he's protecting.
Correct. Yeah.
God, I saw that movie. I don't remember anything about it.
Oh, dude.
That's
I gotta
where
go
a
back
lot of
and
it.
watch it again.
Yeah, it started to turn south. I mean, I liked it. I liked it better than Quantumania for sure. But yeah, they're throwing a lot at you. To Nick's point the other day, there's just so much going on. It's like, what am I seeing here?
Matt Walsh, who was on Veep.
Oh, I love Matt Walsh.
And he's been
He's
in some
hilarious.
other things here and there. He is one of the contestants. And then finally, Barry Williams, Greg Brady.
Absolutely. That's
And
legit.
His brother Peter will be joining us
I
this
know.
morning. Later
Amazing.
on, Christopher Knight.
I just love Matt Walsh in the movie Ted because he brags on and on about how his best friend is Tom Skerritt, and every time he talks about it, and then he shows up at the wedding at the end with Tom Skerritt.
Alfonso Ribeiro and Julianne Hough will return as host with Derek Hough, Carrie Ann and Naba and Bruno Toniolo. Good Lord.
Forget it.
Tonioli to serve as the judges. And season 32 will premiere on September 26th on ABC and Disney Plus. Episodes will be available the next day on Hulu as well.
So they've given Tyra Banks the complete heave-ho on that, right?
Yeah.
Out of there.
That's the full cast. And in fact, there was another story concerning a cast member. Hang on, I got it here.
Just in?
Yeah, Sharna Burgess. Was she one of the dancers?
I think she was a
I
singer.
don't think she
Okay,
was.
yeah.
Yeah,
No,
no.
she's a singer.
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
She was
Yeah,
surprised.
she was one of the dancers.
She was surprised to find out that she would not be returning to Dancing with the Stars for the show's 32nd season, calling it, quote, a huge shock.
This is bullcrap.
On Tuesday, she said, because it was such a shock, because I wasn't expecting it, it was tough. My last 5 years on the show have been rocky, not because of the show. She said,
Where do I go to dance?
she said, would
I
you,
want to do the bossa nova.
with your daughter?
My daughter,
I love the show deeply,
Pope.
but we have a new executive.
My daughters?
Executive producer come in, I think 5 years ago.
These are my daughters,
And
and,
I-
my son is this.
And I just
My daughters?
and just one with Bobby Bones, and he decided to not bring me back. He said there's a lot of speculation as to why. My win with Bobby was, I think, the most expensive and controversial win of Dancing with the Stars history. That's what she
Bobby
said.
Bones won because he's a popular country DJ.
Okay.
And so obviously he called upon, I think he's a syndicated DJ as well, does a show, radio show. And so he called upon his listenership, and they voted for him. And I think that's what a lot of people complained about that round. And then also there's the fact that I don't care.
Yeah,
I was
is
just going to say, how do you know this?
I
You
know. I
all
absorb this stuff. It just falls on me. It seeps into my brain.
Hey, you guys will like this. Margaret Cho, who we actually had on not that long ago, shared her own diarrhea on a plane story on
my
TikTok recently following the viral news about a Barcelona-bound flight that returned to Atlanta because a passenger had diarrhea all the way through the cabin. So she says in the clip, diarrhea on a plane? Yep, I've had it. I kept going up and down, going to the bathroom, and then sitting back down. And she added, quote, it came with gas. She said, and the smell was so bad, but also not human, that
Yeah,
other
she could
people
have probably skipped this part.
that other
of the
people
story.
near me started to think that there was something wrong with the plane. She said people were so worried that they contacted the plane staff. She said, I disassociated. I put my AirPods in. I just watched as people started to panic and look around. I disassociated, and I don't know what
You just want to
happened.
die. I told you about my thing, flying back from our trip to Europe, and I had that going on. I had diarrhea, basically. And thank God I was, that's Preston, that's why I think you and I are the same mind. Aisle seat.
No. I'm a window seat guy.
I thought you were an aisle seat guy.
I like to lean. I like to
Really?
watch out. Yep, and I'm not worried about going to the bathroom. I like to rest my head on the wall, and I like to be able to see where we're going and look for golf courses down below.
There you go. So you can,
what I
you
do.
can
Steve,
dream.
I'm 100% on.
There you go. So you can get up and go to the bathroom whenever you want. You don't have to cross people. And I only went about 71 times to the bathroom.
Now that would be horrible. If that
Excuse me.
if that occurred
Yeah.
and you have no choice. You know,
When
you
you're
gotta
done
keep
with your
going.
role, could I get past you to crap?
Yeah. Brian Austin Green provided an update on how his 90210 co-star Shannon Doherty is doing amid her stage 4 cancer battle. He said she's doing great. This was on E! News on Tuesday. He said she is resilient. I mean, if anybody that I know is going to have to deal with what she's dealing with, she's the one that can get through it.
So she's technically in remission now, yeah?
I don't know.
That's what I thought I read.
It's possible. It's quite possible. How about this? Rachel McAdams will star in the Broadway premiere of Mary Jane, a new play by Pulitzer Prize finalist Amy Herzog. The production will begin previews April 2nd of next year at the Samuel J. Friedman Theater. An opening date and additional casting will be announced later. McAdams is an Oscar nominee with a performance in Spotlight, and she was most recently seen last spring's film adaptation of Judy Blume's best-selling novel, Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret.
She's good in that. She plays the mom.
Okay.
Anybody else watch the TV show Dave with Lil Dicky on FX?
Do not, no.
Hulu? She plays herself on that show.
Oh.
And they end up having a bit of a romantic involvement. And then in the last episode of this last season, Brad Pitt is on the show for the entire show.
Really?
And I don't know how Lil Dicky got Brad Pitt to be on his show, but he's hilarious, and he's also playing Brad Pitt. Rachel McAdams is playing Rachel McAdams. It's a terrific show if you haven't watched it, yeah.
By the way, Mary Jane is a story of a single mother dealing with an impossible family situation while showing optimism and humor. So that is what she will be playing. Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom director James Wan told Entertainment Weekly in an interview published yesterday that he had always planned a smaller role for Amber Heard's character in the sequel, despite the claims that her role had been pared down following Johnny Depp's defamation trial. He said, I always pitched this to everyone from the get-go. The first Aquaman was Arthur and Mira's journey. I didn't think she was in it that much.
She
to be
wasn't in it
honest.
that much.
No.
She's fine, and she's fine in the her use in the Justice League, but she's not a major character.
The second movie was always going to be Arthur and Orm. So the first was a romance action adventure movie. The second one is a bromance action adventure movie. We'll leave it at that. He said, "Who's Orm?"
Is it not his brother?
Don't know.
Yeah, hell.
All right. Let's see. What else do I have here for you? Entertainment Tonight reports that Starz released the trailer for the second season of Shining Vale yesterday. And you can watch as Courtney Cox's Pat Phelps returns home from the hospital after trying to murder her family with an axe, while Mira Sorvino's Rosemary continues to haunt the family in the form of their neighbor, Ruth.
I have no idea what this is.
I don't either.
I didn't. Second season.
There's Ruth, though.
Yeah.
Right there. Yeah.
Very exciting.
Yeah. It's very exciting stuff. Ariana Grande.
All these shows, Preston, it's the second season of the show.
I know.
And it sounds like there's a lot going on.
Yep. Ariana Grande is opening up about previously using makeup and fillers as a way to mask her insecurities.
How old is Ariana Grande?
30.
30.
The 30-year-old singer and actor recently teamed up with Vogue for a skincare routine and makeup tutorial video.
So can you imagine that she's using fillers and Botox?
While going through each step, Grande became emotional as she reflected on how she would disguise parts of herself in the past with hair, makeup, and cosmetic procedures. She said, I feel like my relationship to beauty has changed so much over the years, especially because I started so young.
I've always had a bad relationship with beauty.
Me too.
Yeah.
I have no relationship
Never really.
with beauty.
We never reconciled.
Before becoming a pop superstar, Grande performed in musicals on Broadway and also starred on the Nickelodeon shows Victorious and Sam and Cat. When she was a teenager, she was influenced by those around her who had opinions about her physical appearance. She said it's like really hard to know what's worth hearing or not. But, you know, when you're 17, you don't know that yet. I, over the years, used makeup as a disguise or as something to hide behind, and more and more and more hair, thicker the eyeliner, the whatever, she said.
I've always copied her look a little bit because we're both kind of waifish, you know, and I freely admit that. And then I decided to become ogreish.
Yeah, I love her, and we have her. Kathy, I know you're not into perfume, but we have her scents in our house. Like my daughters, use.
Use Ariana Grande.
My daughters?
Daughters.
They smell great.
They smell great.
Have you guys? And she mentioned that she would try to copy someone's look. Who throughout your years,
Glenn Close.
have you tried to use?
Oh, I can tell you who. There was a point at which when I was deciding to shave my head that I was looking at people like Jason Statham and yeah, and saying, I think I have kind of a similar head structure. Let me go for it.
Right? Yeah.
Fashion-wise, I've never done that, but I did one time.
And Bruce Willis.
I went to the barber with a picture from like Teen Beat, a picture of Billy Zabka, and I was like, I want my hair to look
Are
like
you
that.
serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
But as it turns out, my hair doesn't fall the same way Billy Zabka's does. Like,
Right.
No, it never works. When you
We got a Zapka Chair 5. Zapka Chair 5. We got a Machia working 2 and a Zapka 5.
I was always trying to do, because it was the 80s at the time, my hair, and I can't remember who specifically, but I would see pictures of people and want, that and try to copy my style after rock stars and stuff.
Do you know my hairstyle for years when I had hair when I was a kid and earlier was the classic parted, combed over, the standard, whatever every
Side
kid
part.
had. Yeah, side part. That was it. That's what I had.
I don't think I ever looked at anybody, was like, oh, I want, that. But I, obviously like what my friends were doing.
Lisa?
Well, no, but what my friends were doing in school and stuff like that, that's what I would more lean towards. And God, I really want to do a deep dive into old photos and find you guys a picture of the era where I would curl part of my bangs up and then the other part down.
That was
Yeah.
That was the look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew many
Early
people,
90s?
many gals who did that.
It
yeah.
was
Leg warmers.
awful. It was awful. And my friend at the time, she had this bright red hair and she had really thick hair, and so that's where I got it from. She used to do it all the time, so I was like, I want to do that too. And so there's pictures of the two of us and hers with her bright red hair and me with the ridiculous.
I'd love to see that. I found a picture of you with your bangs the other day. I thought the bangs worked on you.
Oh, not when they're curled in half.
But yeah, Kath, in the very early 90s and late 80s, like 88, 89, they had the bird's nest thing.
That
was
you would tease it.
Yeah,
That was so weird.
And aqua net it.
Yeah.
That bird's nest.
That was honestly better than the half curl up, half curl down. That was hideous.
That to me always looked like you were halfway through doing something that you never finished.
I remember, now this might have been after that phase, Kathy, but I remember seeing an ad on TV for a product. It was called the Bump, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Did you do that?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yes.
So it was it fit up here and it made the hair pop way up high.
Yeah.
In the back.
Yeah, that was when big high hair teased, anything to make it look higher and bigger.
Right. Okay.
My God, the amount of work that used to go into hair.
Oh my God!
I tell
yes.
you, I added about 20 hours to my week by going bald because it was just, and my hair was fairly short, but it never did exactly what I wanted to. You as a rocker,
oh man,
how long did it take to prepare your hair?
Oh, it took a while.
Yeah,
it would take a while. At its height, it would take quite a while because there was a lot of product and a lot of drying that went in there. Yeah, we're looking at a picture of me with the big hair. Yeah.
I mean, that for that time, that was good. You had good hair.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Steve, did you walk around with a comb in your back pocket all the time?
Oh, yeah.
We had the goody combs. Yep.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
God, that.
Yes.
Oh,
for a
I
brief
need to
period,
get one
I
of
had
those.
a comb case.
You had a comb case?
Yeah, a little case to keep it here.
Nah, we had the goody combs had the big long handle on it.
Oh,
it would
yeah.
stick up out of your back pocket.
So my hair didn't fall the way I wanted it to. I had a cowlick in the front, so I couldn't do. And at the time, the cool hairstyle was the part in the middle.
That's the way mine was. Yeah.
Yeah, part in the middle. You kind of like feather it back. But my hair just didn't. My brother had that hair. He had better hair than I did.
Have you seen the TikTok couple? They're obviously married, and they parody the hairstyles that these young TikTokers are doing.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I think I showed you one, Preston, where the guy had bananas replicating the kids.
Yes. That was hilarious.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, they
And the
do.
boots?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the boots, yes.
I didn't see the boots.
Because there's this kid who he just has this blonde hair. He kind of parts it in the middle and it feathers out to the side, kind of like what you were talking about, Casey, but a little more extreme. And then, these TikTokers, they try to make, replicate the hairstyle, but using, boots. They have
They put stuff on their head.
bananas. to
And the
make
wife
it
has
look like
a head of lettuce.
It's shaped
Very
like
funny,
it.
yeah.
Oh, that's great.
It's good.
I love it.
So the goodie comb was never. My hair was always too short
Okay.
to use that effectively.
Oh,
Yeah.
it wasn't even about what your hair looked like.
Yeah.
You needed. It was a fashion thing to have the comb sticking out of the back pocket.
Yeah. It was also pretty good as a weapon, too. You smack people in the back of the head with it or bend it back and, just pop it on their ass or whatever.
Pop right out of them.
Yeah. All right. So, you know what? Let's get to clips. We're going to go ahead and do that now, if you don't mind. Teenage Euthanasia, the animated, mildly apocalyptic TV show, is back for season 2. And here, writer and director Allison Levy talks about her real-life inspiration for the show.
I have teenage daughters who started high school. I was like pressuring her. I was like, well, when's is there parties? Are you going? Like, is there alcohol? Like, you're not doing it right. Why are you home? And I felt I had this like fantasy of going back in. So it was both the time travel and pressuring your daughter.
You use your tongue prettier than a $20 whore.
A new episode of Teenage Euthanasia airs today on Max. Here's our next clip. The upcoming comedy horror film, Hell of a Summer, follows a group of camp counselors that are terrorized by a masked killer. And in this clip, Finn Wolfhard discusses all of his roles within the film. Here we go.
I co-directed it with one of my best friends, Billy Brick, and wrote it with him and produced it with him. We're also in it. But yeah, it's a comedy slasher film set at a summer camp. And Fred Heckinger plays the main character of Jason, who's kind of this too old to be their summer camp counselor, comes back and people start getting murdered.
Hell of a Summer is out now, by the way, if you would like to see that.
He said the name Heckinger. Is that still in? That doesn't exist anymore? Heckingers?
The name Heckinger?
Well, no. The store.
Oh, the store?
The store
Yeah,
Heckingers?
probably not. It was
Yeah.
from a while ago. Yeah.
Sorry.
All right, no, it's all good.
It's just in.
That's I like you're like the name doesn't exist anymore.
That was pretty funny.
No,
right?
they blew that off the face of the earth.
This just in, the name Heckinger officially does not exist anymore. We go down to Jimmy Glashevsky outside the Heckinger Institute.
Sadly, they went defunct in 2009, Casey.
Heckinger's dead.
man.
Yeah, the actual brick and mortar stores closed in 99. They tried to go online.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, but that didn't last either.
What about gold medal?
I
Sporting
am
goods.
John Bon Jovi.
What?
Can't go to Heckingers anymore because they're not around. For many, that's horrible. They can't get to a supermarket.
John Bon Jovi is getting behind the cause of Heckingers.
Yeah.
Wow.
But like a bad aisle, they're slippery when wet.
Oh, dude. Okay.
Are you using this for promotion?
Who says you can't go home?
Oh my God. All right. I would like to mention it real quick, besides all the things we have going on this morning, which I'll run down. Our friend John from Sequoia Outback is grilling up some breakfast sandwiches, and it's to celebrate their end of season sale.
Yes.
And there's plenty of deck season left, so you can go to their showroom on Route 309 in Hatfield. So we thank John for cooking up some breakfast.
John says the first sandwiches should be in the studio by 2 p.m.
Hopefully. We'll see. We also had some guests on the program. Christopher Knight, yes, Peter Brady on the show in the 9 o'clock hour, as well as comedian Adam Ray. And around the Bizarre File, the first time that we rolled out the B-File, 8-ish, somewhere around then, we're going to run down the WMM barbecue set times and some other little special things that are coming up, as well as we are in preparation for a beautiful, awesome night in Camden, New Jersey on Saturday. This Saturday. Tickets are on sale now. Get them if you have not gotten them yet. We would love to hang out with you. We'll take a break and be right back, so stay with us. adults who said that they intend to watch Super Bowl revealed how they answered the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year? So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
Okay.
All right, so pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah, what do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go
and then pizza.
Yeah, no, really, I would go pizza less. I would probably normally I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
There you go.
Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of I count that as chips and dip.
Okay.
I mean, it's not technically
Like a
dip.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah.
It's the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
It's like
I think,
bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. You know, it's like you combine cper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
You really
analogy.
shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is excellent bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum, more platinum. Yeah, very good.
I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh, my God.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, it was like 6:05 and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast. So.
Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. You know, so
Stays darker later.
I mean, stays lighter later.
Longer. Yeah.
It stays
I gotcha.
later darker.
Oh my God.
No, because I noticed that yesterday too. It was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It
gets-
stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
Dark and dark.
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story,
Yeah.
Preston.
No,
it's
I
going to be a Lifetime movie. Judd
What's
Nelson is
going-
playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm gonna tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got a laugh out of Kathy. I set my coffee
I didn't
timer
have to listen to the story.
every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee, and the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here. Yeah. And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
yeah, I had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink
You
it.
don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right? Yeah.
It's remarkable though. Like little things can set your day in the right direction
my
or in
God.
the completely wrong direction, and that one set. I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever. But like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood, and like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem
Yeah.
Same as usual. You've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur. Like,
Okay.
we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like, I've just been sleeping nonstop.
was in fact Mark Hamill on that flight.
He was.
Yeah, there's a great video that Mark posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, "Hold on, that means Darth Vader's my grandfather."
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget like actors really know what they're talking about. Like he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it, and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, "Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be."
Yeah. No, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear. The dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave him, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, "What's up?" And just say, "Just get on the plane." And I'll go, "Hey, I thought we could do that." And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, "Okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky?" Like,
yeah.
Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
We watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, "I cannot believe that's going to be Papa."
Yeah.
Like, I cannot believe. He is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow.
So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is that the company?
Legendary.
So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
No. I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio right now.
full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, that's awesome. It's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of the machine, the movie came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on, and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly. People never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity once it's done. When people ask about it, you can just say, "Watch the movie," because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't the origin. This isn't that story, though, isn't this?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow up to it, Bert.
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this guy Kale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, "I want to do a movie with you."
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, "All right, you got to do one movie." He's like, "I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do?" And I said, "Well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine." And he goes, "How would you tell that?" And I go, "I got to be honest with you, Kale. I don't know. I said, my biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day and I'll get there and they'll go, just tell the machine, and it'll be the Russian mafia. And he lit up and he goes, say no more, say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie. And so
Go ahead.
based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antencio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter Intencio.
Antencio. So he's from Key and Peele, and he did the movie Keanu as well, right?
Yeah.
The guys.
And you forget, like, he really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie. And I was like, he's thinking about colors? And they're like, yeah, he's a director, you moron.
He's concerned with visuals?
I was like, I'm so used to doing like Instagram videos.
Yeah.
I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you. That's right.
You gotta be kidding me.
Excellent.
Yeah, what's hilarious is we put out the video and it's got a lot of traction, and like everyone hit me up. Like even like people who don't get fazed by it, like Rogan was like, dude, Mark Hamill's your dad? And then and then I went on the news, and my news Google feed, and I was in my own Google feed news, and it said Bert Kreischer is not going to rehab.
Yeah, I got an email from someone who was like, hey, since he's your godfather, I thought I'd reach out to you. Is Bert really going to rehab, or was that a joke?
I was like, there's no way.
There's no way. Yeah.
I said it to Casey.
WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. So the National Toy Hall of Fame has announced their nominees, their nominees before they have their
I love
inductees.
this.
And it's actually, it always gives us a couple of chances to talk about toys throughout the years.
Well, the playback this morning was from the conversation we had yesterday about kids' games, games that you invented. A lot of times when you didn't have some of these toys,
right?
You had to make your own stuff. But even you, Kathy, you're toys, right? When you were a kid, they hold a special, revered place in your life. So I mean, that's everything when you're a kid.
Yeah.
So and as an adult even. But I'm always excited when the list comes out.
Yeah, Kathy had what were Jitney?
Beanie Babies.
What was your
Jotna?
That was more of like that was my doll. Like, I mean, I guess a doll is considered a toy.
Jitney and Rim Job, right?
No, it was Jotna and Keena.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And
Jotna and Keena.
I left it at the park next to my house, and some a-hole kids ripped their heads off. And so we found them, and I was horrified that my doll's heads were ripped off.
I think what blows my mind is you came up with the names Jotna, and you're not even.
My mom was like even today, she's like, yeah, we have no idea where those names
Where did they come from?
That's all. I mean, it was almost like an entity existed.
A Hindu princess.
And whispered those names to you.
I think that my parents did, or my mom at least did, try to hide that the dolls' heads were ripped off, but I somehow saw them and figured it out.
You would notice if somebody came up to you and they were missing a head, you'd notice.
Let me ask you: Were they the type of doll? Were they plastic, or were they made of a cloth and material and stuffing inside?
So from what I remember, the head was plastic, and then the body was the cloth and
they would sometimes have those hybrid.
Yeah.
Baby dolls that were kind of like
and I think that's why it was easier for them to rip the head off, because it was kind of like sewn into the fabric.
It's a bunch of park hooligans. That's what it was.
Their heads got ripped off.
When you see doll parts, I know there's a song from Hulk called Doll Parts, but
it's kind of creepy.
It's disturbing.
It plays off the same thing of the House of Wax when you see like mannequin parts and stuff like that.
All right. So anyway, speaking of dolls, Ken is being considered for induction this year.
So Ken has been considered before. No, Barbie's in.
Barbie was in the inaugural class. Like Barbie was one of the first toys to make it in the National
Ken
Toy
is
Hall of
not
Fame.
in. Wow.
No.
Okay.
So Ken may get his day. We'll see about that. He is up against baseball cards. They consider that a toy. I consider that a collectible.
That's exactly what I consider.
Different than a toy.
So for it to be a toy, So you can play a game with it. We used to play Flip 'em 5. You remember that game?
With baseball cards?
Yeah.
And was it a game where you would win some of the cards?
You'd win
from somebody else's?
your opponent's cards.
I don't remember how that worked. I do remember trading them, obviously, and there may have been a game like that.
I think Flip 'em 5 had to deal with either was the team color. If they matched and you went down on your card went down on the other person's color and it matched, you got their card.
Okay, I like
think
that.
I'm probably wrong.
A side note about cards. My son is 16, 17 next week, way into basketball cards and baseball cards. And it's sort of, I've seen a resurgence. There's a new store in Wayne right on Route 30. And I went in there 2 weeks ago to look for birthday presents for Ben. It was packed. And they have all of these like highly glossy collectible cards that
So this is like retro now, right?
I kind of thought it went the way of the dodo, and apparently there's a huge resurgence. I don't know if it's just my son and his group of friends, but there's enough for a store in downtown Wayne for cards to to exist again. Yeah.
Wow. All right. So baseball cards are up for induction into the Toy Hall of Fame. Battleship.
Oh,
yes.
One of my all-time favorite games, Battleship.
You actually liked the game.
I always loved it. First off, it had little ships, which is very cool. But I did like that game. And then I had the electronic. Did you get the electronic version of Battleship?
I remember when that came out and the ads it ran for that electronic battleship. And you would push the button to launch your salvo. And it would either splash and or nothing, or it would, and then yes!
It was so great.
It was awesome. I loved Electronic Battleship.
Yeah.
That took it to another level. That resurgence, a game that had kind of gotten a little dusty at the time and brought my interest back around.
When you're able to blindly, so you hit the bow, you're not exactly where you hit on the ship, and it's like, okay, I'm going to go for it. And saying, you know what, they actually did a pretty good job in that Hasbro produced movie Battleship. They captured that sensational. There's actually a sequence in that movie where they're using that same technique to try to sink the alien ships.
So I played Battleship with all of my kids. It's still
they still dig it?
Absolutely,
Really?
It's still a game that is out there and available, and it's pretty simple. The rules are easy, and anybody can play it. And there's lots of little pieces. Man, those little Battleship pieces, you'd find them all over the house.
Forget it. It'd be in cat crap for years.
Yeah. Man, I'm trying to think. I had another Battleship story.
Did you like Stratego?
I did.
Okay, so it's weird.
I loved it.
You're going to get a peek into the very handful of games that I actually liked as a kid. I liked Stratego.
I think maybe because he's involved war.
Yeah.
I
have the soul of a warrior.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's got to be it.
So Battleship is up for it. Bingo is also.
Did you guys ever play Pekino?
Pekino?
It's bingo, but with playing cards.
No.
And
yeah.
so
No, I never have.
Yeah, you have a playing card. You have a bingo card that has all of. Every bingo card is different, but it has card faces on it.
I'm emotionally scarred from bingo, Case.
Why?
Because up in the Catskills, we go to the Catskills occasionally, like a little bit of Dirty Dancing, Kathy. Sometimes we go for vacation in the summer. And I, as a kid, wandered into a bingo room with a bunch of senior citizens playing. And I remember this old woman who kind of looks like Large Marge turning to me and go, "Why don't you go find your parents?" I just want to find out about bingo, you old crow.
I loved the at-home bingo, though. Like, we would play that. With a little,
At home bingo?
Yeah, like it came with a little card, and it had. I remember the chips; they were red, and they were kind of like see-through. You could put them on.
I remember
State of the art bingo used to have, and this is now they've even carried it much further. But they would have these special, ones with it would just slide across on the actual game card.
Oh,
you could use over and over again.
Yeah.
Kat, how often do you do designer bag bingo?
Casey, I've never done.
Stop it.
Designer
You're dealing
bag
with
bingo. However, I will say
a host here.
Now that I am a hockey mom, we are having a designer bag bingo
to
fundraise
Really?
the $9 million that it costs to play hockky.
Yeah.
So,
you're right.
So we're doing that this year, Casey. I don't know when it is, but it'll be my first one. I've never been to one.
Yeah, we brought my wife and friend Helen. We brought it to the kids' school. It didn't exist at the school, and so we do it there. And now I host at the high school as well.
Designer bag bingo.
Do you have one of those big contraptions that has the light up board and everything on it? And all
No,
that? Okay.
it's all digital now.
That's what drew me into the
digital now.
What?
Yeah, there's a bingo caller app on your computer. Yeah, it's real.
See,
real
I
simple.
never win at events like that because I would stop paying attention.
That's my
and like
thing.
chat with the person next to me.
Yeah, you have to.
Wait,
yeah,
no,
they don't wanna
get
check.
that sponge cake.
Bingo requires focus. Bingo requires quiet.
I
The
know.
people, Kathy, the people at your table will not let you.
Yeah.
They'll be like, "Hey,
Okay.
bitch, shut up."
Shush. Okay,
Okay,
Got it.
we can talk in between games,
All right.
but right now it's game time. You
Okay,
need to
okay.
shut your
That's
hole.
why Large Marge chased me out of the room.
Right. Okay.
I
okay.
was asked to host one of those. It was at Souderton High School. It was for a fundraiser thing, and they invited people from the older community to come out and be a part of this. So they bust a bunch of people in, and they are very particular how
their
you
bingo.
call the bingo game.
Wait,
Don't
what?
And
What-
they
don't
will-
joke around.
and don't joke around,
Yeah.
and don't go too fast.
Don't go too slow.
Or speed it up a little bit. You're getting constant feedback of how to do it.
I've gotten better at it now. The calling, I'm pretty boring. I'm like, okay. And I always do it at these Catholic institutions. I'll be like, 69. And then you always hear like,
Right.
I'm like,
yeah.
guys, come on. We're literally in a Catholic school right now.
Yeah.
But what I do is I use my own boards. I call the number, and then I play along, so then I know how long it takes to,
Oh, okay. So you're doing both, and that
Yeah.
gives you an idea.
Yeah.
But there are people that will play like 5-6 cards at a
Oh,
time.
God, yeah.
And they have to use their big marker, their gigantic ink, paint marker, and
Yeah, I'm
do
not
their
worried
little
about
thing.
those
So,
yahoos.
But anyway, bingo. I wouldn't call it a game. Well, I wouldn't
Yeah, it's
call
a
it.
game.
It's a game.
No, I'm sorry. I wouldn't call it a toy. This is National Toy Hall of Fame.
Yeah, but board games are in the Toy Hall of Fame.
You're right.
I don't think
You're
it's a
right.
board game
She's
either.
right.
But whatever. Bop It
I
is
love
also
Bop It.
one of the toys that's potentially going in the Hall of Fame. Bop It's fun.
Yeah,
Wait,
Bop
which
It.
I
Twist
know
it.
the name, but what is it?
It's the
Lorena
it's,
Bop-It?
It's a game, Kath.
It's a contraption that you hold, and there are like 3 or 4 different things you can do. You can twist it, you can
Stroke it.
squeeze
Set
it,
it, massage pull it.
pull it. Yeah, there are these different things on there that you do, and then you have to do them in the sequence. Do you remember the game Simon?
Simon, like Simon,
It's like
but-
Simon,
okay.
but you're not just hitting colors. You're actually doing different actions.
I don't
okay.
ever remember Bop It. It's
Yeah.
probably after my time.
It is. It didn't come out until I would say, late 80s, early 90s.
I
But
was already on my third wife.
yeah. But you bop it, and you only have like a second to do what the game tells you to do. So bop it, you bop it, twist it, and so if you don't do it in time, then it's like you lose.
There's also the Cabbage Patch Kids
That's
that
it?
are
What?
that
They
are
are
up for
still
running.
not in?
Yeah.
Who is a Cabbage Patch? Were you had to be, right?
Oh my God, I had all of them. That was probably like I loved those more than the Beanie Babies. The Beanie Babies were like as I got older and I would like travel around to different Hallmark stores and try to find the unique Beanie Baby. But the Cabbage Patch Kids, like that was my toy. I had every one. I remember I had the little girl with brown curly hair that looks like me. I had one with red hair.
Kathy, there were brawls in toy stores over
I
Cabbage
loved
Patch
them.
Kids.
Santa brought me one like almost every Christmas.
Yeah, they were a little more like of a collectible too, Kath. Like there was
Yes.
individuality to the Cabbage Patch Kids,
Yep.
and so Beanie Babies just were sort of like small stuffed animals that you had in the bedroom. But my middle brother Adam had a Cabbage Patch Kid. His name was Lowell Les. And didn't the names, weren't they signed on the
Yeah,
butt?
it came with
Yeah.
a certificate.
Yeah,
and-
Xavier or whatever was the guy who created.
maker, yeah.
Right.
He tattooed their asses.
He tattooed their asses.
Yeah.
So the marketing was genius because they were orphans.
You were adopting them.
You were
Adopting them.
adopting
That's right.
them.
That was it, yes.
And so it made you had this interesting personal connection to
Birth
it.
In
certificate.
the Goldbergs,
Yeah.
they had an episode where the mom buys a knockoff one. I think it was the Produce Children or something like that.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I have a few Cabbage Patch Kids
We do.
in the bin with the Beanie Babies.
Oh, man, we got to sing your Barbies,
And the Barbies.
too.
And the Barbies.
Bring
yeah,
'em in.
they're all naked, but they're in there.
Casey, I know Back to School is one of your favorite movies with Rodney Dangerfield. In the beginning of the movie, they're doing a pitch at his business for their product line, and they wanted to do a riff on the Cabbage Patch Kids called the Melon Patch Kids. But the twist was, and it was all he had a fat and tall clothing line, and the idea was that these were overweight babies, and that they weren't orphaned, they were abandoned.
They were abandoned.
Terrible.
I love the Melon.
Just absolutely terrible.
I had one, Nick. I got it for my birthday. I was so excited. I changed his name. His name was Casey Jr. I got the birth certificate sent to me.
Okay.
And then my neighbor across the street, who was a full-blown adult, called me a gay slur that begins with the word. The letter F. And I think about this guy from time to time. Like, dude, Wayne.
For having a Cabbage Patch
I
doll?
was 10 years old. You are an adult and you called me that.
Oh, my
he seems,
God.
secure.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I'm glad I stole your chrome caps off of your work truck.
This was an adult?
Yes. 1-0 Casey.
This was an adult. At how old was he?
Well, I don't know. I have to assume he was. I mean, he probably seemed like he was 40, but he, but he was maybe in his mid to late 20s.
What a horrible thing to say to a 10-year-old kid.
To a 10-year-old kid.
Now you know how I felt about being chased out of the bingo room.
Yeah, kind of.
All right. Also, possible induction into the Toy Hall of Fame, the Choose Your Own Adventure game books.
Those are fun.
These came out, and I remember these were all the rage. I hate to brag. I used to work in a bookstore. But they were selling like crazy, Nick.
I think it was like 5th or 6th grade when they hit for me and probably Casey. And I think looking back on them, they were more innovative to a 6-year-old or to a 6th grader than they were to anybody else. But like the fact that you actually had a little bit of control as to where the book was going to go was a novelty concept that took off.
And it seemed like there were like 100 in the series.
Yes.
Like a
yeah.
tremendous amount.
And eventually they were all pretty much the same. There was a formula to the choose your own adventure. So you weren't really choosing your own adventure, but I like the concept to it.
I want to go back to the Bop It real quick. I hope you don't mind because we have a call on the line. Aaron has an interesting story about that. Hi, Aaron. Good morning.
Hi, this is my daughter.
My daughters.
My daughters.
What's up, Aaron?
When I was deployed in Afghanistan, we would occasionally get care packages outside the wire, and somebody actually sent somebody a Bop It.
Okay.
And we played that thing until the batteries died in it, and it was the greatest morale booster.
Oh, Aaron, I love that notion.
No kidding.
You guys sitting over there playing Bop It.
Yeah.
It actually came down to there's that meme, keep that effing thing on you. Well, we used to keep that. That was the saying. If you called that out, it was time to pull the Bop It out.
Pull the Bop It out.
Awesome.
Were there any other games you ended up with over there? Any other toys that made the way over there for a distraction for you guys?
Well, the kids actually sold us slingshots, and those things were deadly.
Like the Whammo, the wrist. What was that? The one that
wrist rocket.
Wrist rockets. They were awesome.
Like the wrist rocket, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those things were deadly. And then also just card games, of course. I mean, it's just all kinds
This
of
coming
card
from a
games.
guy who's got a machine gun and grenades hanging off of him.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Hey, that thing's dangerous.
All right,
dangerous too.
I love it. All right, thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it, brother.
I just realized that I had literally 3 neighbors named Wayne, so I just need to say that the father-son Waynes were not the ones who called me the F.
All right, very good. All right, so besides choose your own adventure games book, Nick, did you guys get into that or?
Yeah, I just told a story about it.
I'm sorry.
Can you tell it again?
I'm trying to wrangle phone calls and do some other things, and every now and then my mind goes
And
out
also,
of the show.
people can't see, but Preston's giving formula to kittens behind the counter there.
Wait, what?
This one, we have somebody who will absolutely love the fact if it makes it into the Hall of Fame. Connect 4.
Case that you're a legend built on Connect. In fact, just recently I saw a picture of you and Chuck with that huge Connect 4 board outdoors playing it. This is your jam, your game.
Yeah.
And you might be a GOAT.
If I didn't get my ass handed to me at the International House in college, it was called Musser. I went there for a party one time, and I just got crushed playing Connect 4, and I was like, oh, this can never happen again. So I asked Santa Claus for Connect 4 that year, and then I just became a master afterwards. And,
I mean, we're not even. This isn't hyperbole. You have done extraordinarily well. Obviously, your vote is for this game to make it in. But this, obviously, Connect 4 was the original, but the boards are much larger. Like this one that you're sitting, the picture we have up on the screen here in the studio.
Yeah.
How many do you connect to win on that?
No, it's still Connect 4.
Still Connect 4?
Still Connect
All right.
4, yeah. And that one is great. It's you can just leave it outside because it's all plastic.
Right.
There's no metal parts in it, so the salt air is not going to do anything to it.
Connect 4 is a great game, but it's also a game, I feel like when you're playing with kids, it's not one that you're like, I'm going to let you win. Like, you really try to win each time, and sometimes you just don't.
Right.
So we do these Bud Light Thursday night kickoff thingies, and they have brought the Connect 4, and I was playing against people. I'm like, hey, if you beat me, you'll win a T-shirt or whatever, and they never do. This girl, I was trying to let her win. I tried so hard. Like, like 4 tries in a row, like, you know, and I was like, well, then screw it. I'm like, I'm just going to have to beat you right now, like, because you're not, you suck, all right? And it's not that hard. It really isn't that hard.
No,
it's
that's
not like
the thing. It's an easy game, and like you'll have your eye on something, and you're like, I got this, and then you don't see the other, you know, where the other person has just beat you.
Yeah, and
there's a chess angle to it.
There is.
Yeah, you can lure people in to do something that is going to be advantageous to you.
Yeah, sometimes it sucks when you have to do a defensive move when you really want it to be on the offensive, but you know, you got to do what you got to do. And this one in particular, Steve, this picture, we had a block party,
right?
And I was so confident that I brought a whole bunch of $1 bills, and every time I won a game, I put the dollar bill into a container,
Okay.
and then whoever beat me was going to win the money, my money that I had accrued throughout the entire day.
Nice.
Yeah.
Did anybody win it?
Yeah, my daughter beat me.
Legit?
Yeah, I mean, she legit beat me. It was one of those where I just wasn't paying attention. So,
Casey, somebody just texted in saying they got $1,000 if you can beat them 2 out of 3 in Connect 4.
$1,000.
All right. Does Casey have to put up $1,000 too?
I think Casey has to put up T-shirts.
I can put up T-shirts. I can jump off the high dive. Please come in right now.
$1,000. All right, find out because we can set that up. I would like to see that $1,000 game of Connect 4. Besides Connect 4, these are toys being up for induction for the Hall of Fame, for the Toy Hall of Fame this year. The Little Tykes Cozy Coop.
Little Tykes Cozy Coop?
Don't know it.
No.
Yeah. Oh,
well,
I think I know that one.
I think I know this one too.
It's for little kids. It's a little car.
Is it a Cozy Coop?
We still have it.
Little Tykes makes like the yeah, that's it. That's a classic. Little Tykes makes like the wagon and a whole bunch of stuff, and this is a classic little kid's toy.
Oh, this is what you'd ride around like you see. A kid could sit in this.
A little kid.
Yeah. And we still have. My kids will not let me throw it away because so it's still in one of the bays of our garage.
Yeah, I think the one that I had for Jace is now at my parents' house for my brother's twins, so it kind of gets passed down. But this is what I used to practice parallel parking when I was getting my driver's
You
license.
used a Little Tykes Cozy Coop?
I used, when my parents weren't home and their cars weren't there, I would put the trash cans right at the bottom of the driveway, and then I would put this car a distance away, and I would parallel park between the Little Tykes car and the trash cans.
No. She was using it as a barrier.
Oh.
As a car to park behind or in
I
between.
gotcha.
That was the other car.
The other, so we do it with the trash cans.
Yeah.
But if you've only got one, you need something else.
Preston,
what I
I'm
used.
thinking she's jammed into this thing.
Me too.
Trying to practice parallel parking.
No. Can you fit in that?
How does that help?
We still have our Little Tykes wagon. The Little Tyke stuff is durable, man. It
has to be.
They make it very well, and we still use it for just like hauling firewood and stuff like that around. Believe it or not. So that is up for induction. Also, Nerf. It just says Nerf.
Anything Nerf?
Maybe so. Maybe
When did
just
the
the company in general.
First Nerf ball make its debut? Because
78, maybe.
Oh my God! I mean, the commercial campaign. I remember I wanted that thing so damn badly.
No, 1969.
Yeah, it had to be because I was
That's another one. I'm really surprised that no Nerf products has been in already.
Well,
Nick, I had the first. It was just a round Nerf ball in a box, but the notion. And Preston, you talk about those stupid games that you play. I'd play with my brother. We'd sit with our feet up on the couch with our backs on the floor, and we'd throw the Nerf ball off the wall to each other.
Yeah.
And you'd countless games.
Throw it as hard as you want.
Yeah.
It was awesome that thing became available, and obviously it morphed into 1,000 of products.
I've seen this thing, and I don't know if you've seen it on Instagram or not, but Steve, it's a basketball. It looks like a basketball.
Yes.
It bounces like a basketball, but it does not, like you could bounce it in the house and it's not going to make a sound. I don't know how legit it is.
Well, I think it also comes with a counterpart, or at least an accessory that is an actual basketball hoop that doesn't have a net. It has like these prongs that stick out, and it's just sort of it's a wild apparatus. I've seen it. It looks kind of weird, but also cool.
Yeah.
The Nerf and the little basketball hoop that you would hang at the top of a door were huge.
Oh, yeah. Amazing.
Just for killing time. And eventually they got to, the Nerf was a little too light at first and would bounce off of stuff a little too easy. And eventually they got a better formula and had a little bit more weight to it. What are you doing?
I'm showing you something. I'm waiting for you to
Okay,
be done
Casey
talking.
took off his shoe and he has his foot up in the air near
All right.
my face.
See that scar right there?
I do.
That's a Nerf basketball scar right there.
A Nerf basketball
I got fouled
scar.
driving through the hoop in my bedroom, and my brother pushed me, and I cut it on the top of a nail head.
Oh, man.
I know.
See this blemish on my forearm, Casey? It's a tattoo from the USS Indianapolis.
What?
I have a story.
A lot of guys were eaten by sharks at that. All right, so anyhow, the Nerf is up for induction. 2 more items, and then we'll take a break. But the National Toy Hall of Fame is looking to possibly induct Slime.
Oh.
Slime was
Wait,
great.
okay, listen, Slime is great, but I feel like that cannot go in prior to, because that became, I mean, listen, we all played with Slime, but it's like super popular now. I feel like that can't go in before some of these other things, before Cabbage Patch Kids.
Well, they don't do it as
I know. I'm just saying. This
in a linear fashion. They just they vote for them, and that's kind of, I think, what keeps it alive. It kind of keeps all these toys alive a little bit instead of.
This
like
is
one
just-
year it was the cardboard box. Remember?
Silly Putty's in already, is it not?
Yeah, that has to be in.
Casey, there
Because
is
Silly Putty was sort of the precursor to Slime.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what predated though. They do these in an arbitrary way.
there is a game, Casey, that combines Nerf and Connect 4.
Oh my God.
And it is called Connect 4 Blast, and you shoot out the Connect 4 pieces within the Connect 4. But
Shoot the Nerf.
They're made out of Nerf material.
Hey, wasn't there a glow-in-the-dark slime?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So Slime, about, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, maybe even 7 years ago, made this weird little comeback where kids were creating it at home.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we had to keep buying. One of the products was
know.
for your contact lenses. The solution.
There was like
That went into the chemical for slime?
Yes,
oh
it
my God!
did.
Yeah. And then they were using like like dishwasher detergent.
Yeah,
like
there was all-
like the borax. Like
Yeah.
Asbestos.
Caroline was
Red
making
dye number 2.
was making tons of this stuff, and we had to
Yeah.
buy all of that freaking contact lens solution like crazy.
That's
to make this
expensive.
stuff. Yeah.
And you know what, too? Now it's part of like the ASMR, like people playing with it
sure.
and the noise
Yeah.
and the kit. They sell like kits now where you can make it home, but they're putting little like I forget, Case, what were those little gel balls called?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're
I can't think of it, but you would put it in the slime, and then
Yeah.
they have all these little, like the girls can put glitter in it. You know,
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
What's the solution? We had it in here for one of the science days.
only the girls can use glitter, by the way, guys.
Where
I don't know why I said that.
It's equal parts water and baking soda.
Right, so it's a liquid, but the more you pound down
The
on
harder it
yeah,
gets,
yeah.
more solid it gets.
Right.
Yeah. Orbeez.
That's
That's
it.
what those things were called.
That's it.
Orbeez.
So yeah, the slime that was. And do you remember eventually they figured out, hey, this makes fart noises if you push it into a cup.
Who would use those?
And they would sell it in a cup. And you would push down and it would make these awesome, really thick, juicy fart noises. So slime is up for induction, and then the final toy that's being considered is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Arizona half shell.
Yep.
Turtle
So
power.
those were huge when they took off.
I love-
Early 90s, 1990.
I just
around
loved with the in earlier versions of that case, you're learning so much about Mississippi. If you remember that.
What?
That's where they lived.
It was a flub I made yesterday or something like that.
No. So I was a little bit after the Ninja Mutant Turtles, but I came back around, and they, God, you couldn't escape them. I mean, they were everywhere.
Yeah, they really.
So what was the first iteration of it? Was it the toy or was it the cartoon?
It was a cartoon.
Yeah. Right.
And then obviously they led to action figures and all the toys that came along with it, and then the movies.
And the new one. Yes.
And it's still,
Seth
to this
Rogen.
day, they struck gold with that. So this year's honorees are going to be inducted November 9th, following voting by selection committee and the public, and each member of the 22-person expert committee will cast ballots for the top 3. The 3 toys receiving the most public votes by September 20th will make up a single ballot.
Do you think Battleship would work on radio? Because that is a fun game.
It is a fun game. Anyone, by the way, can nominate a toy for the Hall of Fame, but to be considered for induction, toys must have achieved icon status and longevity across generations. They also must be innovative and foster learning or creativity through play.
Like slime?
The ones that were inducted last year were Light Bright,
Oh, I love Light Bright.
And Masters of the Universe.
You know, so this used to be part of the deal, Preston. When a toy would start to finish off its initial release arc, they would then release a glow-in-the-dark version of so many games. Now, glow-in-the-dark.
Oh, and the top was also inducted. So it's usually like one really classic one that ends up in there, too. So Light Bright, Masters of the Universe, and the top.
What was the top that you would take it and it had sort of a gyroscopic motor in it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That thing was pretty cool. So there are 80 honorees to date in the Toy Hall of Fame, by the way.
I'd love to go to that award show.
Yeah. I'd like to go.
Fun.
I'd like to go to the actual museum where they house it. It'd be kind of fun. It is in New York. Hang on a second here. The Hall of Fame. Housed at the Strong Museum in Rochester. And it's 25th anniversary.
Interesting.
There's the toys. Thank you guys for the calls. I apologize we didn't get a chance to go to you. Frank said that they have a beer pong Connect 4, by the way. And Ambrose says they can't believe that the Magic 8 Ball isn't in the Toy Hall of Fame.
It's not in yet?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I'd have to look at the list of 80. I don't have it memorized as of yet. So, all right, let's break. Come back in a second. We have some stuff coming up, including the Bizarre File, and we're going to run down the set list and or at least the time list for the MMRBQ and how all those things are going to play out.
Awesome.
This Saturday. So tickets are available, by the way, so get them now. And starting on Monday, a really cool thing that you hear about during this commercial break. Stay put.
Preston and Steve on 92.
Two Bears, One Cave, and Segura wanted to say, congrats on the movie, and we couldn't talk about it yet.
Right.
And he goes, tell everyone where you're going. And I go, I can't. And he goes, just say it. And I go, I can't. And he goes, say it. And I go, I'm going to rehab. And it made us laugh. And we just kept talking about it. And then we forgot to say, I'm not going to rehab. Angela, everyone sent me these really heartfelt messages like, this is a new step in your journey.
Oh, my God.
Bert, have we spoken?
More believable that I would be going to rehab than shooting a movie.
Yeah.
Have we spoken to you since the whole Jennifer Aniston thing happened?
No, you have not.
Okay, so for our listeners, explain how that all came, how that all happened.
So Segura and I were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and he made up a lie, and he said he met Jennifer Aniston. and I really fell for it. And it was a funny story, a funny lie. And then I said, we should make a pact. If we ever meet Jennifer Aniston, we've got to bring the other one with us. And he's like, okay. He's like, well, let's set up the scenario. You pitch it to her. How would you want to meet? And I said, I want to meet at her house. And he's like, that's a little aggressive to say, I want to meet at your house. And I was like, well, we can't do it at my house. We can't do it at your house. And he's like, should we bring our wives? And I'm like, no. And then I go, can she bring someone? And he goes, yeah, probably for safety. And then he caught himself and he goes, maybe that's not the message we want to send out. Right?
You're going to need protection.
Laughing at the idea that we were pitching that she should bring safety to a meeting with us. And we laughed probably for 10 minutes, literally just laughed for 10 minutes. And then one night I'm getting ready I get done working out. I'm at the new house. I'm getting ready to have a cocktail. And Segura calls me and he goes, have you checked your DMs? And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, check your DMs. I checked my DMs and I got a DM from Jennifer Aniston.
Wow.
And we lost it. I mean, it was like you guys are the funniest guys. And then we're like, do not let her watch any of the Reese Witherspoon stuff we've done. I don't think she'll think we're funny anymore.
Right, yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. Wow.
It was crazy.
So going back to the movie for a second, Bert, Mark Hamill's the only name that's been announced associated with this. Is there, can we leak a little information here on the Preston and Steve Show? Anybody else that we might know is involved in the project?
I don't know. I don't know how to say their names.
Are you using a lot of local actors or actors from Europe that we might not be familiar with?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're using a lot of them. The guy playing Igor is awesome. I mean, if I send you his video, I'll send you his video.
Yeah.
If I can get it today, I'll send it to you, and you will fall in love with this dude the second he says the machine. Okay. That's my favorite casting probably that I've seen. Actually, everyone's great. The girl I don't know who I can say, but by the way, I can't even say any of their names. So.
Yeah. No, it's so cool.
I would love to see like Boban. How do you say his last name? Basketball player, 7'5".
He's in. He's in John Wick 3, Parabellum. Yeah.
That guy would be great. I don't know. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to ask you. So you do Two Bears in One Cave. You're also doing this podcast with Bill Burr. We're actually going to have Bill Burr on the show tomorrow. So why do you giggle like that?
I bet that guy makes me giggle. Has he ever told you? Has he ever told you about the time he was at the Sistine Chapel?
No.
Should we ask him about it?
Or is he going to get mad?
No. He's like, I'm such a moron, Bert. He goes, I'm at the Sistine Chapel with my wife. We're looking up, and I'm thinking, this is great. You know what? If someone was smart, they'd open a bar right outside here and call it the 17th Chapel.
17th? The 16th Chapel.
That's fantastic. Giggle so hard. We did a podcast with Stan Hope.
That's
great. And all we did was talk about day drinking, best day drinking scenarios. And Bill hasn't drank in like 2 years. Yeah. And I swear to God, all of us almost fell off the wagon.
By the way, here's a connection. You're going to be related to Mark Hamill in The Machine, and Bill Burr's on The Mandalorian. You're all now living in the Star Wars universe to some extent. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, what's interesting is I got an offer to be on The Mandalorian like 2 months ago. They hit me up. They sent me with this role, and they're like, "Hey, you interested?" And I was just like, "I'll pass." What? And my daughter lost it. They're like, "Why? What are you doing?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really." Not really like I don't watch The Mandalorian. Like I tried to watch it, I couldn't get into it.
Right.
And my daughters lost it. They lost it.
It's a great show. It's so freaking good. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then when we got Mark Hamill to play my dad, I went. I think I'm still a Jedi, guys. Like it runs in the family.
Bill's whole thing is he's always made fun of the Star Wars universe. He's always, and here he is, and he jokes, he talks about, you're friends with him, and here he is, square in the middle, and now he's having to sort of sheepishly say, okay, I kind of get it now,
Oh yeah, wait, that's a great one. Ask him to tell you about all the stuff going on in season 1. Say, hey, Bill, the seasons you did, tell us about the story.
Oh, he has no idea.
He hasn't watched any of them.
All right, yeah, we'll get him on that.
Bert, it was years ago. We had done this live broadcast. Basically, it was from like a trash company, right? So it's a place. They won an opportunity. They did a charity drive, and they won an opportunity for us to broadcast live. And Bill Burr came out, and we actually flew him out to this live broadcast in a helicopter. I don't know if he's going to remember that, but it was so funny because that was like the first taste of the real Bill Burr that I got, because we wanted to play this game called Crack Shot, right? And Crack Shot is listeners call up, give us trivia questions. If we get it wrong, we get shot with a BB gun. And so we wanted him to be the shooter. And he's like, no, I'm not doing it. No, I don't want to do it. He's like, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, this. I think we just offended Bill Burr. Like, this is like shooting people with a BB gun is beneath him. He's like, nah, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, we weren't shooting him.
No, he was going to shoot us. Yeah.
But still, he didn't like it, so that was fine. Yeah, it apparently didn't hurt his career, so he's doing fine. Yeah. So how long will the shoot be taking place for The Machine, Bert?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, wow.
Is your family coming out at all?
My wife is. Yeah. She comes out in like 2 weeks, and then I wanted the girls to come out, but everything's still kind of weird with COVID. Yeah. I wanted to go through Europe with them. I was like, we're never gonna get this opportunity again.
Does she get the Gulfstream 550 treatment too, or will she be flying? You're laughing.
Lufthansa.
Lufthansa.
Yeah, there you go,
Coach. Take the Lufa, honey.
Should be flying standby. If you think about this, Bert, listen, this has been a traumatic, horrible year for the planet as far as, all the stuff that's been going on. But you have been on a career high.
Yeah.
You have been on fire. It started with your Netflix special, the Go Big show, the Cabin show. Every time you turn around, you got something out. Now you're in production on The Machine. Have you had time to pause and process how things are going in light of all that's not going right? You are the one shining beacon.
I had a great 2020. I don't know what everyone was
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Harvard Medical School actually called you to give a talk on how to properly set a bone in somebody's arm based on what you did for Tom Segura.
Yeah, Tom blew out his knee and broke his arm. I had a great game that day. I don't know what he's talking about.
Casey references all the time and just starts cracking up at you going over.
Just because you didn't like the way his arm looked, you're like, you shouldn't do your arm shouldn't be like that. Let me do that. And then you gave him a little tap, on the, hey, good job, buddy. Dude, sometimes I just think about it and I laugh. That was so funny.
Yeah, I did a tour. I did 4 tours. I did the vet. I had a fun 2020, man. Everyone's complaining about it.
It seems like Bert. It seems like 10 years ago that we were in the parking lot and you were doing the show. And but here we are. Yeah, but at least the general consensus and feeling is that we're moving out of this, which is good.
The last thing that we did as a show collectively with listeners involved Bert at the Cardboard Classic.
Yeah,
I mean, that was a little more than a year ago at this point, but Bert was there for that, and then the crap at the fan, man.
Yeah.
Everything stopped.
And then the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. That's your team.
This has been a really great year, man. Things are looking up and up.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, man, it's exciting news, and this whole thing with Mark Hamill it's just the coolest. So
it's unbelievable.
We'll hope that that filming goes well and everything runs its course, and hopefully we'll be talking to you soon, man. But we appreciate you checking in all the way from Serbia this morning.
Well, thank you, guys. I love you guys. I really do. Thank
Likewise.
You very much.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right.
Talk
We
to
love
guys
you.
later.
Bert Kreischer, guys. Thanks, man. Take care, bud.
That's awesome.
All right. So,
Jesus.
wow.
So cool.
He's living the life, dude.
Now,
He's living the life. And I hadn't thought about that until you pointed that out, Steve.
Yeah.
That the world has gone to hell and Bert Kreischer's is just on top of everything.
The pinnacle of his career.
Well, good for him. Hard to take an instrument
that's been around for so long
and give it a new sound, and that's what I think our next guest has done. And he comes loaded with accolades and is well vetted,
just a bit,
in the world of jazz music. And I know that us being a rock station may not be familiar with him, which is why we want to have him on this morning. Turning on to something, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Antonio Sanchez. Is here this morning. How are you, man?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Nice to meet you. My pleasure. It's wild. I'm nervous talking to you because we have 2 drum kits set up in here, and by the way, it's their idea that you and I play together, and we've done it a few times. We've had some pretty big names in the world of drums here. I've played against or with Mike Portnoy.
I like that.
Mike Portnoy, Questlove have done it, and but I'm
not
more intimidated in sitting down playing with you than either of those guys.
No, don't worry. I'll go really easy.
No, don't worry about it. I don't want to have a battle. I just want to
not a drum
jam
off.
with you.
It's a jam.
You, like me, I remember it was actually the look of drums themselves that first got my interest. I was like, what is that stuff? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and it just
gorgeous.
seems, it seems so cool to me. Now it's a royal pain in the ass because you got to lug that crap around and put it together. As Antonio was getting set up, I'm like, one of the burdens of being a drummer is having to set up the drum kit. You have people that do that for you now, I would imagine.
On occasion.
On occasion. But yeah, so you learned from the world of rock. So you came up with that music, and then at some point, jazz had to have caught your ear.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, basically, I was into Copeland, Neil Peart, John Bonham.
We've talked about this, Preston, that there's this impenetrable jazz wall that people they have a perception about it. And I love fusion jazz. I love Pat Metheny. I love and I love John Coltrane, and I love all the different. To talk about that improvisational thing, and people say, "Oh, it's too complex. I don't understand it." But I think in many ways it taps into that the artist expressing themselves in a way that. I think it can connect with you in a way that's maybe more profound than a lot of people think. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there seems to be this, a lot of people perceive it as, it's not my thing. But I think on a visceral level, you might find that it's a little bit more intense.
Well, the thing is, I hate when jazz is too brainy.
Yeah.
And when there's no really a story telling, when jazz doesn't really tells a story, it becomes really boring, and it just becomes about people just kind of showing off.
When you listen to fusion jazz and really intense, super duper fast swing and bebop and stuff like that, that the average ear, some of it, like, we don't know where you are. I don't know time-wise where you guys are, but you guys all do. And I find that fascinating. When I get lost in a song, and by that meaning I don't know where 1, 2, 3, 4 is, and all of a sudden you guys come back together and bang, you're right on top of it. It fascinates me as a percussionist. I'm like, how the hell did they do that?
It's so cool. I think anyone can appreciate that.
But you can see how daunting that is to people who don't understand what you guys are doing, because it can sound like noise.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But that's one of my main missions. And, Steve, you mentioned Pat Metheny. I've been playing with him for 18 years. So, one of the things I learned from him is to try to make things accessible. You don't have to be complicated for the sake of being complicated. And it's a lot about lyricism, about melody, and, about communicating something to the audience. If you're overly complicated just for the fact, just for the sake of complication, then you lose me as well.
A couple of drummer questions for you, going back to Stuart Copeland for a moment. One of the things Antonio does that caught my eye and ear is that he uses all of the voices of the drum kit that are available, and ones that you may not have heard before. And I'm talking about hitting the rims, hitting the shells, playing with your fingers, hands, and so on and so forth, and incorporating all that stuff. And going back to Stuart Copeland, is your affinity for rim knocks, does some of that come back from listening to Stuart growing up?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. He was the man for that. And then when I started playing Latin jazz, there's tons of that.
Okay. How about using, because the first thing that I found really, really interesting about, I just pulled up and it just said on YouTube, Antonio Sanchez drum solo. And I watched you, and you're playing along without setting the sticks down. You're also holding on the sticks and playing with your fingers on the snare drum and here and there. And it sounds like more than one drummer is playing at the same time, which I found really interesting. Is that a technique you just kind of stumbled across and decided to expand on, or did you get some influence from that?
Well, I studied quite a bit of percussion when I was at Berkeley as well, like congas and bongos and stuff like that, instruments that you play with your hands. And I just started incorporating it little by little as I was holding the sticks. And a lot of things as well I stumbled upon.
So this week, or last week even, when I knew you were coming in, I'm like, well, I better practice, because I'm going to play with Antonio Sanchez. And I sat down to play a couple times, and I was just like, this is a waste of time. I'm just going to wait till he comes in here, and I will just do what I can.
He was in here early, by the way, before the show, banging away and trying to get up to speed. But, but it is what it is, It's all good.
But when someone is, when you were really into it, how much were you practicing a day? It had to have been a lot.
I was never the kind of guy that would practice like 7 hours, 8 hours a day. I saw a lot of those people at Berkeley, and I was like, oh man, I should practice more. And then I realized that I was playing way better than a lot of those guys, because I thought, I was practicing in a smarter way.
Okay.
I was working on my weaknesses way more than my strengths.
Right.
And I would do like 3 hours a day.
We're going to do the Bizarre File, and then we got info concerning the, the MM Barbecue right after that.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. Got junk and want it gone? Then you want J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. Veteran and military, family owned and operated. Visit J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. That's J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. A Tennessee man has pleaded guilty to pointing an AK-47 rifle at a Little Caesars employee because his $6 pepperoni pizza was taking too long to cook.
Well, how long did it take?
In a plea deal, Charles Doughty agreed to cop to his dangerous gunplay at a restaurant in Knoxville. Doughty, who was charged with multiple felony counts, is scheduled to be sentenced on September 29th. Police say Doughty became incensed after being told that his pizza would take 10 minutes to prepare.
I'm waiting!
Doughty demanded a free order of Little Caesars Crazy Bread before briefly leaving the restaurant, which is about 5 miles from his residence.
I'm coming for you.
When Doughty returned to Little Caesars, he was carrying an AK-47, which he pointed at a female worker who was on her first day of the job.
Oh, my God.
While demanding his order.
Throw in some cheesy bread.
With another employee sought to leave the restaurant, cops report Doughty asked where the hell he thought he was going.
So the whole notion that this might have been a tad excessive never occurred to him.
The employee ended up going into a back room and calling 911. In a bid to get Doughty to leave Little Caesars, a female customer who had received her order handed him her own pepperoni pie.
Here you go.
Doughty then fled the restaurant before Knoxville police arrived, and Doughty was subsequently arrested and charged with aggravated kidnapping and aggravated assault.
So at the end, it was all worth it.
It was all worth it. He got his pizza.
Yeah.
Mission accomplished. A Dutch art detective has recovered an early masterpiece by Vincent van Gogh stolen from a museum 3 years ago after it was handed in at his Amsterdam home wrapped in a trademark blue IKEA bag.
So is that IKEA all this time?
It was a masterpiece by Vincent van Gogh.
Wow. Hey,
in an
that
IKEA bag.
Van Gogh knockoff, it looks pretty good, doesn't it?
Arthur Brand, known as the Indiana Jones of the art world for his success in recovering missing or stolen works of art, unwrapped the bag to discover Van Gogh's 1884 Parsonage Garden at Newnan's in Spring.
Yeah, I know it well.
Valued around $6 million. Brand said, we have searched for it more than 3.5 years, but it's finally here. It's back, and I'm going to hand it over to the museum director, and then I'm going to have a drink with all the police officers who were involved in recovering this beautiful piece by Vincent van Gogh.
And you know what, Preston? There was a small tin of Swedish meatballs, too.
So the painting was stolen from the Singer Lauren Museum near Amsterdam in 2020, Van Gogh's birthday, on March 30th, shortly after Europe went into lockdown for the pandemic, and the thief smashed through the glass door, and the dead of the night was seen in video footage running away with the painting tucked under his arm. A man identified only as Niles M. was arrested the following April and later sentenced to 8 years in jail for the theft of the Van Gogh and an earlier heist in which he stole a Frans Hals masterpiece. The Van Gogh had not been recovered despite the best efforts of Brand and his friends and the police force. But Brand said that he had heard for several months later that the source in the criminal world who had bought the Van Gogh from a thief, but the buyer identified only as Roy K. was already in jail for involved in another crime.
And the plot thickens.
Brand said he wanted to use the painting as a bargaining chip to get a reduced sentence, but no deal had been done and the painting remained on the missing list. Then, 2 weeks ago, Brand received a phone call from another man who said he had nothing to do with the theft and was persuaded to return the painting. He said, the man told me, I want to return the Van Gogh. It has caused a massive headache. And an operation done in close coordination with the Dutch police, we got the painting back.
That's pretty wild. So what is the estimated value?
$6 million.
Oh, I missed that part.
Brand's earlier success, including the recovery of bronze statues known as Hitler's horses and a Picasso painting as well.
Hitler's horses.
So it's what this guy does, yeah. A woman suspected of trying to sneak methamphetamine to an inmate in a San Diego area jail via a drug-soaked piece of mail is behind bars herself now. Misty Ventine was arrested in a parking area at George Bailey Detention Facility.
George Bailey?
Yeah.
From It's a Wonderful Life?
It's a Wonderful Life. They have the George Bailey Detention Facility. It's a prison.
I gotta admit, I'm tripping balls. I'm seeing Zuzu's pedals everywhere.
Yeah. Clarence, get over here.
Clarence, I'm seeing Zuzu's pedals everywhere.
Deputies.
I'm peeing blood.
Staffing a jail mail.
My teeth are falling out.
Processing facility.
Do my cheeks look extra hollow to you, Clarence?
Notice that a letter intended for an inmate appeared to have been drenched in some type of liquid and dry.
I just gave the guy a handy for drug money.
Running a chemical test on the piece of correspondence, they discovered that it had been infused with liquid methamphetamine.
You see, George, it's a meth life.
Investigators ultimately determined that Vantine allegedly had sent the drug-spiked letter.
Every time a bell rings, an angel gets some meth.
Ventine was booked into Las Colinas Women's Jail, by the way.
That's right.
A Spanish television journalist was accosted and sexually assaulted by a man while she was reporting live from Madrid. Isa Balado was delivering a report involving a local convenience store when the man approached her from the rear and grabbed her ass. Footage shows. They were live on the air when this happened. Despite the interruption, Balado kept her composure and told the man to, quote, let me do my job. Despite her pleas, the stranger persisted and even brazenly touched her hair as he walked away before coming back again to continue talking to her. The man was later arrested by police, with Spanish National Force posting a video on social media that showed officers walking him into a police station.
I mean, he's kind of exposed. You're not hiding the act.
Yeah.
You're on television.
He came walking up the street while she's live, and without saying a word, reaches behind and grabs her butt.
Now it's a show on Bravo.
Flustered, Bellato tries to continue with the report, saying sorry 1 minute before telling the man, we are on live TV. But presenter Nacho Abad, the anchor back in the studio, asks Issa, sorry to interrupt you. The sound is really bad. Did he just touch your ass?
He said ass,
Yeah.
did he?
The uncomfortable young reporter tells the presenter that the man did indeed touch her, and the camera adjusts to show both Bellato and the man. So
I'm sorry, Jim Iglesiasky, but did that guy just give you a cheese curl?
So they ended up arresting that guy, and I think that happened on camera as well. And that is the last story in the Bizarre File for you. All right, friends, and those who plan to attend the MMRBQ.
Yes.
And maybe this will get you to, even if you haven't gotten tickets yet, we have the information that you may have been waiting to hear about the lineup and the times, the set times, and all the things that are taking place at the MMRBQ. So, if you would like to take notes now, I'll tell you exactly what's going to be happening.
Let's hear it.
So, at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion on Saturday, the gates will open at noon. First on stage will be local band Vixen 77. They're at 1 o'clock. Remember, this is going to be a beautiful day, by the way.
Get there early.
Followed by Tiger Cub, and they will be at 1:55. An hour later at 2:55, Finger 11 takes the stage. And when their set is done, Dirty Honey comes on at 4 p.m. Now, during that stuff in between those sets, we have things that are going on during the side stage, the Preston and Steve Show side stage. So after Vixen 77 plays, then you need to come over to the side stage, and we are going to have live band karaoke with Sidearm, set number 1.
It's cool.
We'll have 5 of our listeners coming up and singing songs.
Yep.
And then we'll take a break, and then Tiger Cub goes on stage. And after Tiger Cub comes off, we'll have live band karaoke with Sidearm, set number 2 at 2:25 p.m. And then after that, we'll take a quick break, and then Finger 11 plays on the main stage. So we're alternating between the main stage and our stage.
I love it.
And then at 3:30 on the side stage, Don McCloskey and band will be performing. I'm very much looking forward to seeing these guys.
Yeah.
So good. And then after that, it goes to Dirty Honey on the main stage at 4 o'clock. And then after Dirty Honey takes a break, we have an intermission at that point, and Jackie Bam Bam will be on the Preston and Steve Show side stage, spinning the music and doing his set. After that, it's mainly about the main stage, because Aaron Jones hits the stage at 5:20, followed by Larkin Poe at 6:30. Billy Idol jumps up and rules the area at 7:40. And then we have, of course, the closing act, Shinedown, at 9:10 p.m.
It's a hell of a schedule.
Yep.
And I love that the side stage, you just sort of, people instinctively knew how to handle it last year, which was the inaugural year for it. So this is going to be great. There's always going to be something going on.
There's going to be live broadcasts taking place in the Ben Franklin Plaza, and it's easy to spot where we are. But Jackie Bam Bam will be doing a live show from noon to 2 on the air. Brent Porsche will be there from 2 to 4, and then Pierre and Pancake will helm the microphones from 4 to 6 p.m.
Nice.
Mentioning the Preston and Steve Show side stage, we have something very special. We actually have it here in our studio this morning. We will have, for a limited amount of concert goers, free rye bread. We are going to have our rye bread cart being manned by the side stage. And we would like to thank our friends at Acme. They have generously provided us some gift cards to purchase the rye bread for the event.
Explain the story just quickly again, if you would, one time.
My brothers and I started a landscaping company when they were kids, and they were walking around the neighborhood and offering up yard work, mowing the lawn, that kind of thing, to a whole bunch of people. And there was an elderly gentleman sitting on the front porch of his house, and my brother Adam said to this guy, "Hey, you need any yard work done?" And then from the front porch, the guy looked at my brothers and he goes, "Rye bread?" And Adam says, "No, yard work." And again, the guy repeats and he says to Adam and Josh, "Rye bread?" At this point, my brother Josh has completely lost it, can't keep it together at all. And Adam is just like, no. yard work.
Yard work.
And
rye bread.
You know that time of the year where the kids wander around the neighborhood offering up free rye bread?
Rye bread. And
You
so
guys should have started rye bread landscaping.
we really should have, yeah.
Ah.
But at that point, it became so funny. Josh was completely gone. There was no recovering at that point. And Adam was just like, all right, we'll go to the next house. And then, so Steve, they came home, told us that story, and it just became one of those things that was a story within the household. And it's so funny to me, absolutely hilarious to me that we now have a rye bread cart
It's gonna
at
be
the
real.
Emma barbecue, and my brothers are tickled pink.
And by the way, the rye bread cart, we're not like selling loaves of rye bread. We are going to be handing out single slices of rye bread
Thanks, Acme.
for those who need their fix.
And good rye bread.
Yeah, of course it is.
It's coming from Acme.
In fact, hopefully we'll be able to throw some from the stage too. I'm hoping to see rye bread flying all over the place.
Well,
you can whip those things far, man. Rye bread is firm.
Yes.
And it's like a frisbee or like
Isn't
a
that
throwing
Billy
star.
Idol's thing?
Rye bread?
Yeah,
Rye bread,
it's always
maybe.
known for
Well, there are
flinging rye bread.
Who throws toast? There are concerts. Is it Fish?
No.
There are bands. All right, so if you go to see Bare Naked Ladies, I think at some point they throw like mac and cheese up on the stage.
Okay.
Dried mac and cheese. There is a band where toast is tossed either from the audience to the stage or from the stage to the audience.
Well, let's start
Anyway,
the rye bread thing.
That's
yeah.
exactly where I was
right.
going with this.
From
This
the
is not
side
going to be a
stage.
thing. No. Yeah,
I love it.
absolutely.
We're going to need verification on that,
Yeah.
on the toast thing. I need to know
Hey,
that
Nick,
for sure.
do you think was the guy offering rye bread or
No.
Oh, okay.
No, he just
thought
didn't
you were
understand.
providing it, right?
He didn't understand what Adam and Josh were offering up, and I think that he thought
Maud, the sweetest thing, some kids from the neighborhood wanted to offer me free rye bread.
he thought that they were offering up rye bread.
Somebody texted in with a question, when do the parking lots open? I do not have the answer to that, unfortunately.
No.
But you know what? We'll try and track down that info and see if we can pass that along to you. But we will be there, at the very beginning of it all. We've got a full day, and we are definitely hoping to see you. And tickets are on sale now. They're only $25 for the lawn. And
What's that weather again?
It's going to be 79 degrees and partly cloudy skies.
Beautiful.
It's an absolutely perfect. And in fact, in the evening, I saw yesterday on the news, since we're having lower humidity levels, it'll actually get cool at night because we're not going to have any moisture in the air to kind of keep that warmth. So keep that. You might need a little jacket.
I'm down
a
with
light
that.
jacket, which is nice. So it's coming up Saturday. We're stoked. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. More of the Back to School A to Z. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
What would you say to people who, because I tried really, really hard. I hunkered down, I practiced, I worked on it for hours at a time. But there is a thing as natural ability versus effort, and you can work as hard as you can. But sometimes, listen, otherwise everybody would be hitting a home run every single time out of the park if they could do it.
Right.
There's some people that have more of an ability. If you find yourself plateauing, technique-wise, ability-wise, and it frustrates you, is there anything that you would give as advice to people as to, don't give up?
To me, the most important thing, I always say that technique without concept is like giving a machine gun to a kid.
Okay.
It's a very powerful weapon that if you don't know how to use it, you're just going to injure other people around you, with your lack of musicality.
Yeah.
So to me, it's always go back to the music. What is musical? Sometimes you hear this term, oh, he's such a musical drummer.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That he plays with taste. You never say, oh, he's such a musical piano player.
Right.
Because it's understood that musicians play music. And a lot of times drummers are not musicians. There's just drummers that bang away at the instrument.
You and I are going to play together.
Okay.
Here's what I'd like to do. We jam a little bit.
All right.
And then I want you to show me something stupid. So, or something awesome, because we got to get a taste of.
All right, so
sounds good.
Sashay on over there. Preston's ambling on over, and Antonio's getting in place. And we have two drum kits here, side by side.
Hey. I am so nervous. I'm shaking a little bit.
Antonio, do you know how to play Wipeout? Can you play Wipeout?
Stop it.
I never did, but we can.
Why don't you want to trade 8? I'll start a beat and we can trade 8 on a little soloing or something like that?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, who's going to start first so we know?
Well, we'll start together.
All right. Okay.
Well, you know what? Here's the deal. I'll play a rhythm, and Antonio will sync up with me, because he may start playing something I can't play.
Yeah.
So let me start.
That's probably inevitable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and then at some point, I'll do like a little 8-beat riff, and then he'll do it. And we'll figure it out, right?
Yeah.
All right, we'll figure it out.
You'll figure it out.
All right. I don't know what to do.
That's awesome.
I'm sorry, I have to say, man, come on, what are you talking about? You sound great.
See?
Yeah.
So Chuck was standing back here, and he goes, he points at Preston, he goes, he's a rock drummer, and then he points at you, Antonio, he goes, he's a jazz drummer. He said there was a difference, and so I can't tell. I'm not a drummer. I can't tell the between the.
Yeah. Well, to begin with, the sound of the drums is very different. You know, yours are tuned like a rock kid.
Yep.
But man, your time is really good.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
That's, you see?
I appreciate
You beat
it.
yourself up for nothing. Listen to the man. He knows what he's talking about.
I don't even know what just happened and what I just watched, but the beats and your hands going at different times and your feet going at different times, it was amazing.
Well, but Kathy, and that speaks to why you need to go see. You need to go see in person, at the Ardmore, because it's obviously it's something that it's to see it and see it performed live is a wholly other thing. You appreciate it, hearing it, but seeing it is a whole other realm.
Yeah, well, I think seeing a really good musician doing what they do live is like going to see an amazing, sports person.
Yeah, yeah.
Is the only place where you can actually see somebody do that at that level. So I think it's really interesting.
Can I ask, and I don't know if this, listening in, Preston, obviously was going on about the Birdman soundtrack and everything. Were there any things that jump out for your composition for the movie that you're super proud of? Anything you could sort of demonstrate for us? Was there any sort of thing that you created or a passage or something that you are especially proud of?
I mean, to me, the most amazing thing about having been part of that project is that I only had the drums to do everything that I needed to do.
Was that per your idea, or did the director himself?
No, the director.
Okay.
The director was, because he's a drum fan. He was a big Pat Metheny fan, actually.
Right.
And he's the one that really wanted just drum set. So I had to figure out different ways of making the drums sound completely different.
To give them different shades of character.
Yeah. So that was one of the most interesting things about the whole project. Just the research I had to do to get different sounds out of the drums.
And Antonio, I know about the how you recorded that, Steve. They didn't film it and show Antonio the scenes as he was playing along. Can you tell him how they did it?
Yeah, it was a really unorthodox way of doing it, because they sent me the script, and Iñárritu, the director, wanted already some tracks before they started shooting. So we did the whole movie just off of the script.
Without ever seeing any imagery, you're just going off the written words.
So he would just sit in front of me, and I would ask him, this is a very long scene, so I would ask him to explain the scenes to me, and then he would just raise his hand whenever he would see the next phase of the scene happening in his head, so that I would get the timing right.
Yeah.
So then he was just sitting in front of me, and I would just be improvising, and then he would raise his hand, and I would think, okay, somebody opened the door.
Wow.
And then
That's
I would play
crazy.
an accent and then keep playing. So we did the whole movie like that.
Yeah.
It was really cool. And then they superimposed those
passages,
tracks, on the rough cut of the film. Then they showed me what they did, and then we redid a lot of the things.
You sort of shorted up.
Yeah, and this time looking at the film.
Huh.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's why you have that it has such a jazz feel to it.
Yep.
Yeah, even
Absolutely.
cinematically.
Hey, Press, we only have a couple of more minutes if you wanted to.
I want to get, if you don't mind, if you wouldn't mind doing a little improv for us real quick.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
Antonio Sanchez. Here we go. Oh my God!
Holy hell! That's freaking amazing!
Oh my God! I'm telling you. This guy brings out voices of the drums you've never heard before. That squeaking at the end there.
I thought something had fallen because he was kind of reaching down, but you went underneath the drum?
He was playing with the snares. Yeah, and also hitting not only the hi-hat with the edges of the sticks, but the snare drum with the butt of the sticks at the same time.
Playing the whole drum. That's massively
unique.
impressive. Unbelievable.
Thanks for having me.
You kidding me? It's an honor of mine. Thank you so much
My
for being
pleasure,
here.
man. Thank
Ladies and gentlemen, Antonio Sanchez. Thanks for being here, Antonio.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys.
And this, and then the next thing.
Okay, what is the next thing?
The next thing is there's another Philadelphia legend.
I don't see the phone line.
He's zooming.
Yeah, we're zooming. Oh my
zooming.
God! All right, real quick, you have about 3 minutes left to enter the word flowers for the money clip. So you got to do that now. Flowers. And that we will get a winner a little bit of $500. Yes, he's a Philadelphia legend, and he is going to be performing on Saturday, yeah, at the Hard Rock in Atlantic City. And I'm telling you, I told you I got a Twitter alert this morning that he was tweeting about us. And it was ridiculously early. We hadn't even started the show. It was like 5:30 this morning.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's doing up at that hour. But ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. Bob Saget is joining us.
Preston, Steve, I don't know what to say. And to hear 5 people applaud in the morning makes me feel like I'm on South Park. It's so good. I am so stupid. I got up as I do at my elderly age to go to the bathroom. And I said, hey, you know what? I'll tweet the show. That'll be great. And then I put, I'll be on at 7 a.m. because that's LA time. And I forgot that there is a time difference.
Yes. But I was
WMMR.
You poor sons of bitches on the turnpike right now. Oh my God. I'm so glad that is not a regular part of my driving experience. I drive the Northeast Extension all the time. But there when I sometimes come to the mid-county tolls and I see the backup on the turnpike, I'm just like, oh,
Just want to die.
I feel so bad for you guys. So hang in there. It's only a 70-minute delay. That's all.
That's not bad.
You ever see it when you're on your GPS and it's, your current route adds 20 minutes to the, and it's like, 70 minutes, that'd be a little too hard to take.
That's rough. Real quick, before we do anything else, I had a shart out here. It says, hey, I'd like a massive juicy shart out. My big brother Perry, who asked his girlfriend Ashley to marry him on Friday, September 8th, and she said yes.
Hey!
This is from Neil Davis. He says, I love my big brother very much. He even asked me to photograph his proposal near Philadelphia City Hall between Walnut and South on Broad. I was very honored to photograph a beautiful moment, and I'm very proud of my big brother to marry the girl of his dreams. Thank you very much, and Gadzooks. So here's a shart. Very happy for you guys. And then quickly, I wanted to pass this along. I got this from a guy named Johnny Reagan. He said, Preston, I listen every day. This is more of a butt plug. I listen every day. I've been a fan since the Y100 days. I was diagnosed with brain cancer a couple of weeks ago and have brain surgery next Monday.
Oh, my God, yeah.
At Penn Hospital. My brother, Chris, made this GoFundMe for me and was wondering if you guys wouldn't mind sharing it. All the details are explained in the link. Thanks so much for taking the time and keep up the great work. Thank you guys for helping me get through this every day. So Nick has posted that on the community page for John Regan, who just found out and is already having to have surgery. So,
well, he's in, probably one of the best cities in the world for medical care, and Penn is top notch. So
I talked to him yesterday or the day before, Preston, and as you can imagine, he's pretty nervous.
Yeah.
So, Johnny, we're thinking about you. I've interacted with him a few times over the years. Really nice dude, and the GoFundMe. They're looking to raise some money to help offset some of those costs. So all that's up on the community page.
Hang in there, brother. All right, we're going to open up shop. We haven't done this in a little while.
Time to head to the general store. There's the proprietor, Preston Elliott, standing there with his thumbs under his armpits and his pants off.
Well, you got to porky pig it sometimes. All right, so we actually have an alien section.
It's
in the
a
store.
new addition,
Yeah.
and if it generates profit, you'll keep it. But right now, it's just kind of in the soft rollout stage.
Did you guys see the at the Mexican Congress yesterday?
No.
Mummified alien, right?
They revealed the corpses of non-human mummified alien corpses. And
come on.
They displayed them to the Mexican politicians at the country's Congress.
Okay.
And dude, they're just
They look terrible.
They're just these sculptures.
Not
It's
even
not
even remotely.
yeah.
What?
This is like a Okay.
At first, I saw it. I follow a couple of science accounts on Instagram, and this was on a legit. They always have scientific information, and they posted the video of this. And I'm looking at this, I'm like, there's no way this is. And then I saw it, and I'm like, oh yeah, they're poking fun at this. This is pathetic. A self-described UFO expert claimed the two small corpses were retrieved from Cusco, Peru. They were presented in windowed boxes in Mexico City on Wednesday, stirring excitement within the UFO conspiracy theorist
Here, Kathy,
community.
take a look. Now, here's a better shot of it straight on. It looks like something a kid would carve in art class.
The event
You can
was
either make a bookshelf or an alien.
spearheaded by journalist Jamie Mousen, who claimed under oath that the mummified specimens are not part of, quote, our terrestrial evolution, with almost a third of their DNA remaining unknown. The claims by the self-claimed ufologist or ufologist, if you want to say that, have not been proven, and Mr. Mousen has previously been associated with claims of discoveries that have later been debunked.
So what did he say initially? It's not part of our extraterrestrial what now? Evolution?
Not part of our terrestrial evolution.
So that's actually correct. It's not part of our terrestrial evolution.
He's not lying.
He's not lying.
It's rock.
It's rock.
Well, I guess terrestrial, it would just be of Earth, so maybe it is. But at the public hearing, Mr. Mousen showed U.S. officials and members of the Mexican government several videos of UFOs and unidentified anomalous phenomena before unveiling the alleged alien corpses. He said, these specimens are not part of our terrestrial evolution. These aren't beings that were found after UFO wreckage. They were found in diatom, which is algae mines, diatom mines.
That's what aliens eat.
And were later fossilized. He claimed the specimens have been studied by scientists at the Autonomous National University of Mexico, who were able to draw DNA evidence using radiocarbon dating. After comparisons were made to other DNA samples, it was found that over 30% of the specimen's DNA was unknown. X-rays of the specimen were also showed during the hearing. Ryan Graves, Americans for Safe Aerospace Executive Director and former U.S. Navy pilot, was in attendance, having earlier this year told U.S. Congress of the threat that unidentified aerial phenomenon posed to U.S. national security.
You got to be goddamn kidding me.
Mr. Mousen has previously been associated with claims of alien discoveries that have later been debunked, including 5 mummies found in Peru in 2017 that were later shown to be human children.
Oh.
So he said they were aliens.
So the aliens abducted our human children.
Maybe that was it. But yeah, the moment that I saw, I took a look at this.
It's not even a good swipe at it. It's very, very amateur.
First of all, it's the stereotypical, gray man, I guess they call them, or gray beings with the large heads, thin, elongated body, although very small. It seems to only be like 2-3 feet tall.
Right.
But it is clearly a carved from stone piece of work here.
And it's not good.
Eventually, how can you... You're gonna be found out. They're gonna find out.
What about the one? Remember they had proof positive a couple years ago. We found one. Yeah. We found a dead Sasquatch. All right, so they found a dead Sasquatch, and they had this biomatter with fur, and they brought it in a huge tub, Preston. And what do you think it turned out to be?
A Yeti. I don't know. What was it?
A bear.
A bear, really?
Of course. That's what it was.
So yeah, but they managed to get into the Mexico Congress and present it to them. So I need to see a follow-up on this.
That back door's always unlocked. You can get in there.
I need to see a follow-up on this.
I got some aliens in the car.
All right. We're going to go to the ride-sharing section of the store.
What is up, everybody?
Hey. Come on in, everybody. Lyft announced this yesterday. It's a new feature that will connect women and non-binary riders with other female and non-binary drivers to create a more secure and confident experience. The feature called Women Plus Connect will allow riders to choose to match with similar drivers, which Lyft has said was a highly requested feature. So people have been asking for this for a while. Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like a good idea. There are definitely times when I'm nervous taking these. However, I got into a car with some lady and I was like, this bitch is going to kill me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, she was scary.
Can you request no driver at all?
I'm like, you know what?
Yeah,
I'm
I
going to
don't
drive
care what you
myself.
are. You're scaring the F out of me.
Yeah.
Female riders make up almost half of all Lyft riders, the company said, but women make up only 23% of drivers on Lyft's platform.
So how often have you encountered a male driver that made you feel nervous, Kathy?
How many?
Yeah.
Oh, there was a number that I could. And you know what? I don't know if it was Lyft or Uber. Like it was one of them. I've used both before, but there was one guy who had.
I had 3 testicles.
I was on the Schuylkill Expressway, and he was definitely on drugs. I don't know what it was, but his head kept like uncontrollably turning. And I know that there's a condition where that also happens, but this dude was like sweating, like he had signs
like some sort of drug thing.
Yeah, he had signs of drug use, but his eyes were so far off of the roadway for so long that we were swerving.
You're not driving in a movie,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like,
where you can talk. Yeah, just keep going because you're actually on a flatbed being pulled.
And like his head kept turning, and it was like like jerking, and it was really scary. And then there was another time, although I thought I was going to be killed in this ride, it was actually fun. This dude wanted to get me from Conshohocken to the city like in 9 minutes.
Oh my God.
It was like a race car. My girlfriend and I were hysterical laughing. It was not safe in any way, but we were like, and he's like, I'm going to get you there, ladies. You're not going to be late. You're not going to be late for this. We were like, we're not late for anything. Like we're good. You can take your time.
Preston, what's that scene in the movie where the guy says, get me to City Hall in like record time, and he's just driving like a maniac, and then comes screeching up in front of City Hall, and the driver goes, the Eagle has landed.
Oh my God. I don't remember that. That's
it's great.
My brother, he took an Uber with his family to the airport, and they accidentally left the worst bag to possibly leave in the Uber. And they realized it, I don't know, maybe 30 seconds.
Was the driver sketchy?
Well, I'm getting there.
Okay.
About 30 seconds after the car pulled away, they realized that they left that bag in there. It had their gift cards and cash in it. Like it had like I don't know, like $1,500 worth of cash.
Right.
They couldn't track the guy down, and I don't understand how that is possible. Listen, I understand that there needs to be like a certain level of anonymity.
Yeah.
But when you leave something, and then
what do you do?
Everything, the bag eventually got returned to them like weeks later. Everything in the bag except for the cash and the cards. Everything was in the bag except for the cash and the cards.
Of course, yeah.
Did they ever find out about the driver and
no,
any kind of a repercussion for him?
Nothing.
Was there anything weird about him?
I had 3 testicles.
The man kept saying he had 3 testicles.
He's very proud of that.
So the newly added feature comes as investors and users push Lyft and Uber to increase their safety protections after Lyft reported more than 4,000 claims of sexual assault.
Holy hell!
Yeah, between 2017 and 19 alone, and has faced related lawsuits claiming the company has avoided liability for sexual assault.
See, it's weird because I'm always getting the feeling that I'm making the driver nervous whenever I take a Lyft or an Uber.
Can anybody be a driver? I mean, Kath, you were talking about that guy who was potentially a drug addict. You know, like there's like if you wanted to drive for SEPTA, you need to go through background tests and drug tests and
We've
all
talked
that.
about this before. I think.
Well, you
it's
can
pretty...
specify Lyft drug addict, right?
No, but I mean, I think listen. At least before, I don't know if anything's changed. Like they just needed to provide a driver's license.
Is that all you need?
Yeah, like it was.
No,
it's not
no
hard.
Unblemished record, or
it's not hard to sign up to be a driver.
All right.
Yeah, I do not know officially what the requirements are. But by the way, in April, SOC Investment Group informed Lyft that it needs to establish a process that would create additional safety for drivers. Women Plus Connect will initially launch in early access cities, including Chicago, Phoenix, San Diego, San Francisco, and San Jose. And Lyft says it intends to roll out more cities soon.
What's the code with Uber? There's a special code with Uber that you can text immediately if you feel, is it just Uber? If you feel threatened or you feel unsafe with the driver, so it's discreet. The driver won't know it, right? Do you know what I'm talking about, Kevin?
Yeah, we talked about this before, and there was a way to alert.
Is shy of hanging out the window going, help!
The company clarifies that the Women Plus Connect feature is a preference feature, not a guarantee. So when the feature is selected, female and non-binary drivers will be prioritized, but if none are available, the app will revert to match the rider with a male driver. So they'll get you what's available. But they said only 23% of the drivers.
All right, Lauer, you got this one.
Are women anyway. So, I'm not really the story. Hang on, a couple calls are coming in. Maybe they can answer the question about requirements, Kathy. But Anthony has a comment first. Hey, Anthony, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, bud?
So, me and my brother were on Gerard Ave watching the Sixers game, right? And we got an Uber, and the guy pulls up, and he's in a minivan, and you could hear it immediately. He's blasting like straight techno, like like it was a party bus. So we open up the back door, and we hop in, and he turns it down, and we tell him, where to go, and we're on Gerard Ave. We had to go on 95 North. So he just whips a U-turn and cuts everyone off. And just floors it. Like, he's squealing tires and everything. And me and my brother are just looking at each other like, oh, man. And my brother was behind him, and I was to the right. And so I could see his eyes in the rear view the whole time. All I saw was pupil.
So he was definitely on something, and you felt...
Oh, man. We got up on 95, and people were flashing their lights at him.
Wow.
Like, and so he turned his music down, and my brother, we had a couple drinks in this. He's like, oh, no, it's all good. You can turn it back up. Straight to 11. Just straight.
Just cranked it.
And I'm like, oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Did you report him?
No, because I was just like, this guy's having a good night,
just driving around on the road
He's
all
high
hopped up.
in a huge minivan.
Wow.
The thing is, like, we were only going one exit up on 95, and...
The odds were good you'd make it.
Dead end.
Yeah.
So we're coming down the ramp, and I'm like, doing the panic stop, like acting like I got a brake pedal right there.
Mm-hmm.
It was, but we got home before halftime was over.
You made it.
You did it.
All right, Anthony.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
I'd be terrified.
All right, I have Cheryl, and Cheryl is a full-time Uber driver.
There you go.
So she can share some information. Hi there, Cheryl. Good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? What's up, Cheryl? Hey.
How you guys doing?
Doing awesome. What can you share with us?
So I've been doing this on and off for 5 years, and when I do it, it's full time. And I have had so many women say, "Oh my God, I have a woman. Can I get you?" Especially around the holidays when they're out later.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get you to pick me up later? I do give them my number sometimes, but I cannot believe that Uber did not come up with this before Lyft.
Yeah.
Because I've driven. Girl, I'm Delco. Yay, Delco.
Yay.
And I have driven girls back to college at Temple, and their moms have come out and gave me hugs. I am so glad my daughter has a female driver.
No
So how, are you aware, Cheryl, of incidents where there's been assault or things of that nature with other drivers?
I've had no experience with that. And in between me driving, when I did have a vehicle, I was a passenger. And I've never had a problem with anybody. I don't use Lyft.
Yeah.
I use Uber all the time, and now I'm just starting to drive for Lyft. But I think it's a really good idea that they do that because there are some crazy people. I had to kick one girl out of my car. I've almost kicked some Dallas fans out. But, I had to do my job.
Yeah, principle all over.
And Kathy, you have to get a criminal background check.
Okay, so driver's license and criminal background check?
Driver's license and criminal background check for Lyft and Uber.
And insurance. How about that?
You need to have insurance, yes. You need to, and there's a lot of places that do not insure rideshare drivers.
Somebody texted in and said that Uber does do a background check once a year as well.
I don't know if that's true or not because I don't have to consent to that one, I guess, as long as I'm still driving. Like, I didn't drive for 4 months because I became a grandmother for the first time. Yay. And because I wanted to do it again, I had to do it. And I'm serious, it's the best thing ever. They had to do a background check about 2 months ago when I started driving.
Let me ask you, Cheryl, so you said that the Uber does or does not provide insurance?
No. We have to have insurance, and a lot of insurance companies do not cover rideshare drivers.
Gotcha.
You have to make sure you have insurance.
Somebody hit me. I was not on an Uber ride. Nothing major, but my car was out of whack for 6 weeks. They got me a rental, the other person, because it was their fault. I was not allowed to drive. I could only do Uber Eats or DoorDash. I could not have people in my car.
All right. Thanks for the heads up, Cheryl. We appreciate it. Thanks for listening to us.
Rock on.
Rock on. We'll see you. All right. I love her. She's great. All right. So interesting. But that feature is called Women Plus Connect.
Okay.
Lyft has
Interesting.
it. Lyft has it in certain cities now, and it looks like if I would imagine all the ride shares will do something like that.
Well, if it's that bad and you're that nervous, yeah, why not?
All right. Let's do one more here in the store, and let's go to the photo section.
The big photo section of the general store.
Yeah, today is National School Picture Day. And I don't know why. It says
taco is already done.
Yeah, I guess so. Do you want me to here's how you observe School Picture Day. Dig out your favorite school pictures. While you are reminiscing, be sure to share them on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Tell us your favorite memories. Of course, each era claims outstanding style points. Big hair, big collars, bold colors. What were yours?
I just did this on the first day of school. I shared mine.
I saw that.
So these are of yourself, not of your kids.
Of yourself.
Correct. And I should have done that too. I do have I've got a couple of them at home. I've told you guys a story. I was in maybe first grade, and it was the day before picture day, and I wanted to be like Curly from the Three Stooges.
Oh, it's awesome.
So I took a pair of scissors.
Oh my God.
And I cut all of my bangs off. And I went to my mom and I go, look, Mom, I'm Curly from the Three Stooges. Like I was holding my hair up.
Yeah.
And then I let go.
Oh, no.
And it was there. And I have a picture.
Oh, you have
from
it?
Picture day. Yeah. I have it somewhere. Kathy, my forehead was bigger than yours.
Oh, you got to find it.
In that particular picture. I have it. I'll take a picture of it and bring it in.
This picture is so classic of you, Kathy, though. It's when we say it's when you were Puerto Rican.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Preston, my brother did the same thing, cutting off his bangs. It was right before picture day. And it's a wonderful photo of him. Casey, you've done a million great license photos. Did you ever do a good one for school pictures?
I'll share it with you in a moment.
Okay.
Not personal, but like the class picture.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm looking it up right now.
By the way, pull the picture of Kathy up again here in the studio. Kathy, that's the smile you don't like to do anymore. You remember you said, because you do the big, bright,
Well,
full teeth smile. This is like that thing that you said you don't like to do.
No, what I don't like is no teeth showing, because then I don't really know how to smile. Like this. Yeah, like the.
That's creepy. That's so messed up.
Yeah, you don't
I
look
have
nice.
to have a little.
Yeah, you got to show teeth. You
I
got to
gotta
show those.
show
Yeah, if you were my Lyft driver, I'd report you.
Wait, do the creepy one again.
Yeah, no.
Like, wait, how do girls do that? I don't even know. Like how they like.
That's an
they look
SPD
like-
smile. I just ripped one.
If you find like a celebrity and you go on a search engine and you hit images, and if you see, you can tell who don't like their teeth. Because there are a lot of people, a lot of women particularly, who will smile with no teeth.
Yeah.
And it's because they know they for some reason they have an issue with their own teeth.
I was reading a story about Mickey Rourke. It's funny you should bring that up, Preston. Apparently, he had issues early on, and that's how he developed the smile that made him sort of a sex symbol. That sort of closed, that sort of smirk.
All right, I'm going to show you Casey's picture here in the studio.
Picture.
This is the class picture.
What age? What grade?
It looks like I was like 7th.
I will show it to you,
maybe.
and then I will explain to the listening audience what he's doing in this. So here is the...
I love it. Oh,
Casey
God.
did the thing where you take your finger and you dry off the upper gum,
Yep.
And then you tuck your lip up there, and it looks like you have no upper lip.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's so good.
It's great.
Case, I could do both. I used to do both.
Oh, yeah. Like top and bottom?
Yeah,
Yeah, come on, let's do it.
Oh, I want to see that. You can do both?
I used to be.
Wait, one at a time so we can put it on YouTube.
Do both first. I want to see the man. I want to see the money.
I can't do the bottom at all.
She's trying. She's got such perfect teeth she can't try.
Stop making me laugh.
All right, don't. Quiet.
Hold on, wait. I definitely... Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Oh, my God!
Dude, that's messed up.
Oh, my God, that's
Nick?
horrible.
What? Guys, knock it off.
Oh, I know who she looks like.
Who?
In the movie Hannibal, Mason Berger was a character.
Oh, the dude who had his face
Had
bitten
his
off by
face ripped
Hannibal.
off. He peeled his own face off. That's who you look like when you're doing that.
That's so hot.
That's gonna haunt my dreams.
That's skull face. It's skull face.
Wow.
That's awesome.
It's because I have big lips, so I can like dry them out and tuck it in.
Okay, so you can...
Yeah, I'm not as good. You have better teeth than I have.
Your top teeth. are better than lower teeth.
Also, the mustache is sort of killing you because it falls down over your lip. Yeah.
The mustache, yeah.
It's like covering it.
Kathy's mustache is not as visible.
It's almost as if you have the lip spreader things in.
Yeah.
When you're doing that.
Kathy, that was horrible.
I loved it.
I mean, yeah, I loved it too, but it looked terrifying.
So in class pictures of the class, were you always, Preston, were you in the back? I was always in the back, taller. Yeah.
If they did the full group shot, I was always.
I was never a front, class, the little board.
Where you can hold the
yeah.
All right. Well, listen, we got to. I'm sorry. What?
What?
At a certain point, if we're not going to play a song,
we have a guest at 9:10.
Yeah. So
and we need to take a break because we have a guest immediately after him, so we may not be able to play a song. We'll do some math, but we got to take a break. We got to close the store.
That's how we roll.
We got to close up the store first of all.
Standing up there.
Yes. Got to go. But we will come back because we're going to have Christopher tonight on the program and comedian Adam Ray. And if we have time beforehand, we'll play a song from the Back School A to Z. If not, we'll be right back. Stay with us. We would have been up at like 2 o'clock in the morning doing that this morning.
Yeah,
2:30 in the
I
morning.
watched the movie Mank last night because I wanted to know how good Hollywood used to be.
All right, let me ask you, Bob.
I just couldn't sleep. How are you guys doing? How are you?
We're doing well. And I wanted to ask you, by the way, because it's a story of Mankiewicz, who wrote the screenplay for it. Not to go off on this tangent.
No,
but,
I love I am tangents.
Are you? I contend a lot of people, when they finally see Citizen Kane, they get dismissive of it. It is a masterpiece, is it not? It is worth.
I believe it is.
Okay,
I believe it is.
And
it did a lot for snow globes. It was, and sleds. Sleds went up.
Were those the tchotchkes they sold for the?
That was the merch right out in the Grauman's Chinese Theater.
So all the radio stations in the area, they got snow globes and
they got
sleds.
Snow globes and rosebud sleds.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I can't think of a lot of other RKO pictures except for 2 more that Orson Welles made after that. But
but
that has nothing to do. And you got to talk to my friend Bill Burr this morning, who is going to be where I'm going to be Saturday. He's going to be there in September, and he's one of my favorite people on the planet.
Well, he was being very humble about. Casey had mentioned that he's kind of in that top.
Chappelle range.
Upper echelon of
he's
Bob
in the
Saget
ethos.
range.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
I would put him higher than me, and he would also.
Most people would, Bob.
I was actually talking to him. He was over my house. I'm sorry, you were going to say something about Bill.
No.
Go ahead. Just how great he is.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, he won't. He doesn't accept that he's at that level, which is healthy, I think, for somebody in the entertainment industry, in any industry, to realize that you can always be better and so on. But he was kind of humble about that.
Yes,
that response.
self-deprecating.
But he's one of the best, man.
He is one of the best, and I was there. I was on before at the Twitter Center in Camden when he had that Opie and Anthony virus set. That
it's
people
legendary.
booed.
Yeah,
I was standing backstage. I was standing next to Jeff Wills, the head of Live Nation Comedy. I was under the monitor. I'm watching it. And I'm going, this has gone great. And I said, this is amazing. This is exactly what I would do if I was going to get booed. But I had a sweet spot in the show, like right in the middle.
Yeah.
So by then they got tired of booing people. It was kind of what we call herds now. It wasn't a herd, it was just booers. And he got off stage in a cold sweat. He said, did you see that? That was terrible. I said, Bill, you literally just made history. That video is going to roll forever.
I saw you. I think you're on Rogan describing the whole situation, and that like the comedians all actually something that was promising to be so cool and fraternal turned out to be a nightmare, like Platoon. And you said in that moment he secured his legend by and the fact that he was dissecting everything that we hold dear, and you could win over an audience by throwing it back in their face was just an amazing thing.
He roasted them in the way that roasts. Well, it was cruel what he did, but roasts used to be meant not to be televised, not to be recorded. They were recorded, some of them, but they, when I was roasting on Comedy Central, that should not have been televised. That should have been just for a bunch of people that want to hear that kind of language, because it was, it crossed the line. It was on after 11 or 12.
Sure.
When clips run out of context now, it's, but Bill basically said the worst things you could about my hometown people in my loving Philly. And it was hilarious because he was unrelenting. He would go 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes. I'm doing all 15. You deserve it. And what I was going to say was he was over my house. We were smoking a cigar not long ago because that's the best way to get COVID. So we wanted to try that. And we're sitting there talking. And I said, I'm going to be 65 in May, Bill. And, it's so interesting. I got a lot of things starting for me now. I'm going to direct a movie later in the year. I was just in a movie. And it's things, I haven't even done what I came here to do yet. And he looked at me. He exhaled smoke and he said, well, you better effing hurry up. Like I said, I'm not dying, man. I mean, I know Norman Lear. He's not.
You're just looking for a nice little exchange with a friend and a heart to heart, and he basically says you're about to die.
Yeah, telling him that I've got all this great work I'm about to do that I've never done. Because what I share with Bill is the love of stand-up. What I share with everybody, all the people that do it for the right reasons. And it's been hard on a lot of comedians that haven't been able to even make a living, but I'm very fortunate, and Bill is on fire. In fact, I've got to leave and put him out. But Bill is, because he played a firefighter in Pete's movie, but that makes no sense. See, it's not always good.
Well, let me tell you this. I will tell you this, and everyone wants to ask you a question, but I will tell you this. I think things, you mentioned COVID and all that stuff. The things that everyone is sort of looking for as those flags that we're returning to normalcy. Rock concerts and music and stand up and going out to see stuff like that, live shows, and that's at the heart of what was so crippling for the comedians and musicians. And I obviously you're proof positive as we're promoting your gig that we're turning around now.
First thing, I didn't know I was positive. I was told I was tested negative, but thank you, and I'm glad I heard it from you on the air. But I am beyond thrilled. I have had 2 injections. I had them in my butt.
Yeah.
I actually did the drive-through. So I just
put your ass
stuck it out the window. Yeah, I did the whole thing. And there was a different cheek for each dose of the Moderna. But I'll just go on more about that. So what happened was I really know when to stop, don't I? Anyway, but to go back and to be able to perform, and it's not going to be loaded with people. They have to do the CDC guidelines.
Sure.
So people are going to wear masks, and it's going to probably be half or less, a third. I don't know what the thing is. We're doing 2 shows. My buddy Mike and I have toured for 10 years, and he's doing really well. But we're on tour again because I haven't been this excited to do stand up. I don't think ever.
That's great.
Ever, because they need it and I need it, and I get to make people laugh, and I'll be able to hear them through a mask,
Yeah. So, Bob, in the world of social media, when you're posting on Twitter and Instagram, and you're posting these photos, you always have to be aware of what's going on in the background because people like to zoom in and you left the toilet dispenser out and or whatever. But now you're doing these Zoom interviews, and clearly you've given your background a lot of thought as well, and we've been doing this with other Zoom interviews.
Right.
So I'm noticing the stuff that is neatly placed on the desk behind you, and I'm wondering if over your right shoulder, is that a Batmobile? I can't really figure out what's going on all the way over.
It looks like one, but yes, you know what? I think it is. It is. Yes, it is.
Oh.
I would go get it, but I'm wired to the computer. So,
so Steve,
if I leave, I drag the whole damn setup off the thing. But on the other shoulder is Rodney Dangerfield, a gold. That is an award from the UCLA Brain Society. Not society. It's not a society of brain people. It's the brains. It's the secret brain club.
They're like the aliens from Mars Attacks.
Exactly. It's Mars Attack people. But it's actually was given to me by the people that run the brain ward in the brain center at which is redundant because the brain. Anyway, you're right. You were right earlier. Tangents are not a good thing. I really should have listened when we started. But that was awarded read to me by Joan Dangerfield, his widow, and a friend of mine, Joe Gray, at a big event. And he was a good friend. I officiated his funeral, and he started me out on the Young Comedian special when I was like 25, 24.
I remember. Yeah.
Bob, don't you have another piece of memorabilia from Rodney in your collection? Something
I do. It's in the other room. There's a study behind here, and I've got Rodney's pot pipe, and that came out on the Bill Burr Burt Kreischer podcast. And I've got a box that he kept all of his pot in, and his actual pot pipe. And I'm afraid you can. I got to hide just looking at it.
Well, he was. A lot of people don't know that he was a very active pot smoker, and that was his thing. And he was. You know, I wonder now, Bob, with the strains and the potency levels. How do you think he would have held up against the current crop and strains?
I don't think he would have needed the brain surgery. I think literally he could have gone out a little more peaceful, because it was elective brain surgery because it was something that was going to happen to him.
All right.
And I'm not big on elective brain surgery, just me personally, because that's why I stopped practicing brain surgery. But he was like, man, I'll tell you, I'll smoke pot every day. I don't care who knows it. They're going to put it on my epitaph. And I'm like, I don't think you want that on your tombstone. But actually on his tombstone it says, there goes the neighborhood, because he's next to like Billy Wilder and Dean Martin and stuff.
That's sensational. I wanted to just bring up something, because you were mentioning directing and getting onto some projects you're doing. Dirty Work was on the other night, and that you directed that, and Norm Macdonald is in it.
Yep.
And to me, that, and I know a lot of people feel this way, that is a cult status level movie. Do you ever get a chance?
I want to marry you. I want to marry you. I am married. My wife's out of town, but if she comes back on Sunday, if we can get married right after I do the Hard Rock Saturday.
It's just Norm Macdonald to me is just one of the greats, and I hold you in that rare status as well as far as what you do, but the union of you two, and it's so wrong in all the right ways.
Well, it's really nice to hear you say that, and I will have something I'll be able to say in the months ahead that is damn exciting if you love that movie.
All right.
And it's not a flip book. You know?
No, I would not be as excited.
We're coming out with a Viewmaster for Dirty Work.
I used to love Viewmasters.
It is something that if we're doing what we're planning to do.
93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. Casey, don't play the Brady Bunch theme song for our next guest. He's heard it enough. But maybe play some of the background music. Okay.
Yeah, something
from the show.
Probably doesn't hear his introduction.
That we've used throughout the years.
I like the contemplative.
Like the sad one? Oh wait, hang on, that's not it. Hang on, this is it right here.
Yeah.
That's sweet. Yeah. Well, this is sort of a sweet topic.
It gets kind of sexy at the end here. Yeah. Listen, though. I think the sax comes in. Give me a second. Wait. Right.
Yeah.
That's a little sexy saxophone at the end of that. I don't know what was
Alice twerking
happening in that scene. But no, we've had the pleasure of meeting him in person before. He was in our studio a long, long time ago.
Great guy.
Very nice guy. And what's cool about him is he's got a production company.
Yes.
Former Prodigy Media and a lot of cool projects. And we are very happy to welcome to the program Mr. Christopher Knight. Today. Chris, good morning, sir.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we're in a cloud right now, and I can't talk about that.
I know you can't because of the writer's strike and all that stuff. We got it.
I am disconnected from my history for a time being, and I'm happy to be on in the future when we can, play the theme song.
Yes. Well, we can do it. We won't get in trouble, but you can't. So we could literally topple your career right now, but we won't do that.
We won't ask you. I will tell you a quick story, though, Chris, and then we'll get into some of the more specific things you want to talk about. But I have a very close-knit thing with the Bradys, but it involves the game of golf. I have a playlist of music that I play because you can take speakers out on the golf course now. And I have Sunshine Day on there, and I swear to you, that song, when it comes up randomly, everybody in my group, we all score well on the hole that we're playing on at that time. And I don't know why.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you didn't, then I guess you'd have to play Time to Change.
Yes. Well, I don't need to score it that well.
Yeah,
exactly. All right, so what can we talk about? What would you like to talk about?
Well, I would love to talk about True Love the film, also The Inventor, a number of films that former Prodigy, the production company that I started with my partner, Phil Biardo, in right before COVID.
Well, let me ask you, because
production company.
Well, let me ask you, Christopher, because there is a carve-out for a lot of independent films with the writer's strike going on. There's sort of a pass given to some productions. So you're allowed to promote independent films because True Love, the film, is a documentary, correct?
Exactly. It's not struck. And as an actor in a production that you're the producer of, you could then actually promote your film, provided it's not a film that is with a struck house.
Gotcha.
So there's two different, there's two different things. So actors are on strike, right? Not supposed to be talking about anything that promotes, studio production. And even though I don't earn anything from the show, they do. So
right.
Talking about it, it sort of crosses the line. Now, True Love the film is a documentary, and documentaries aren't part of what's being struck right now. It is an independent production as well. But The Inventor is an animated film that I can talk about because I'm a producer of it, but the stars of the film can't go out and talk about it.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to be honest with you. True Love the film, doing some research on this, and this young woman, Callie Truelove is her name, and she has Williams syndrome. And I was mentioning this to Preston this morning, just doing a little research on it.
We weren't familiar.
Never have heard of this.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. Can you explain what Williams syndrome is?
Well, I mean, and therein lies the benefit of having done the movie, and it wasn't totally obvious to us, although we both, just Phil and I, had the same experience. I mean, we both knew that Callie had Williams, but we didn't know anything about that. And we didn't know when we started how much Williams would play a role in the telling of her story. And it becomes as much a telling of the story of Williams as it does about Callie. Callie comes into the world with this disorder, isn't expected to live, a week as a newborn. The disorder at times, often, comes with some heart ailments, and in her case came with significant aortic issues. But it also has another component that I guess we didn't really appreciate. We saw in Callie, but didn't know it was partially related to Williams syndrome, and that was this magical quality that she had that caught our eye, that made us want to do a story about this young, charming woman who seemed to disarm everyone around her and bring everyone closer, and literally shed this goodwill and love toward everybody around her, and you could see it in everybody who came in contact with
and
her.
that's an innate
where we are in the world right now. That seemed like a good thing to show people.
That's an innate quality, and you see her, and it's described, and even in the trailer, it's mentioned, and sort of asking the question: is this a disorder or a superpower?
It's perpetual happiness.
And pleasantness and gregariousness and positivity. It can manifest, from my understanding, that of someone suffering from it could draw in a little bit and be a little bit more reticent to interact with the public, but you can get this way that Callie has it and be this sort of light.
Right. And it turns out that in the course of getting to know Callie, we introduced her to other individuals with Williams. She's well known in the Williams community via social media, but she had not really interacted or met a great deal of the community. And so she takes a journey on a bus to meet others. And we discover along the way that this is a quality that is shared by many with Williams. So they have an innate social ability they just want to connect and are very effective in that connection.
So I was reading that
watching it, I realize how little we do at times, especially now, to want to connect to others we don't know or want to connect with others who are different than us. If we were dogs, we're the dogs that want to bite the hand right now. It's like those with Williams syndrome are those that just want to lick the face.
So one in 10,000
like
people have it. From what I understand, 1 in 10,000 people have it. She's very open and conversive about it, and again sees it as an attribute. And so, as this process is taking place, and she's going around to meet all these people, did anybody have a revelation? Did not realize that they had this condition prior to Callie's influence? Because sometimes you just go through life and say, well, this is what I am, and not realize that it's an actual definable thing that you have. Did that revelation occur to some people on the trip?
We'll tell stories of individuals that have, or at this point, now are diagnosed, but the story about how difficult it was to get a diagnosis, how resistant maybe doctors were at even thinking there was that was wrong with them, but mothers knowing that there's something wrong with them, that had to push the doctors into this genetic test to discern that, in fact, their child had Williams. Others who, no doubt, like Callie, who had this, was fighting for her life. It was clearly obvious he had a disorder from the time that she was born. Others in stories that would find out about it later, when they're an adult. So, yes, there's all types. Matter of fact, to that point, when we started the film, the incident rate was 1 out of 10,000. And here we are only, we're 4 years later. The incident rate is 1 out of 7,500. It's not like more people got Williams syndrome in the interim. It's just that because of more awareness, there's more diagnosis, more people aware that this is something to investigate, to check. Even doctors. The medical community is being made aware of it. And so in the making of the movie and the telling of the story about this young lady that we thought could just, bring more light into the world and help us all in that way, we see that what we are doing is bringing attention to this disorder that very few know anything about.
No, it's got to be.
And an absolute joy to us that we're able to benefit that community the way that we have. And so, we didn't have that as an intention or as a goal or even as an expectation, and now have that as a gift. From having done the movie. So
and it's a tremendous thing, and it grew. And apparently, from she had brought it up on Facebook, and it started to catch people's attention, and then it all sort of in a very organic, grassroots way built up from there. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
And so here it is. This movie about Williams syndrome is going to, when we showed the first audience that we showed our film to, as it was coming together, it was last year at a Williams syndrome conference, which now occur once every 2 years. Callie had never been to a Williams syndrome conference. In fact, the conference was supposed to be part of our movie, the culminating event. She goes on this bus tour, meeting people with Williams syndrome, but we couldn't do it because of COVID. We thought we were over COVID when we started shooting, and as it turned out, we had another flare-up, and I think that was 2021. So we had to.
It's pretty wild.
Going to the conference.
So
we did get to the conference outside of the film, and in being able to show them the film at the conference, there, we wanted to see how it rang to them because it's about Callie and those with Williams, and the number of people wanted to know how. These are families with children and or other members of the family with Williams, wanting to know how they could get the film because they needed it. They needed it to show other members of the family or other people, because explaining this to others is difficult because some people are in denial, or some people don't want to listen, or some people don't really get it. And a genetic disorder is it can sometimes be baffling to others on the outside. And this movie then was wanting to be used as a tool, and we're just, grateful that we made it a movie that could strike such an honest chord with the community, so that they would be able to use it as that tool. So not only bringing awareness to those outside of the Williams industry, community, but being used as a tool for those inside.
Well, there you go. You've done good work with this, and of course, then on the other side of the coin, the inventor is just a money grab. So no, I'm kidding.
No, a quick piece on the inventor. The inventor has its U.S. premiere on Friday. It's a animated movie about the life of Leonardo da Vinci in his last years living in France, when you have a great scientist now dealing with metaphysical issues.
All right. Hey,
and yeah, it's wonderful by Jim Capobianco, who is a previously nominated writer from Ratatouille, and this is his directorial debut. It's already got Oscar buzz.
Okay.
By IndieWire for the upcoming Academy Award in the animated division. So we're hopeful for it and very proud of it.
Before we wrap, one last thing, Chris. True Love, the film. When can we see that? Where can we see that?
It is out now on video on demand, so you can watch it on Google and Amazon, Apple Plus. If you go to truelovethefilm.com, you can see the entire listing of where you can get it on video on demand. And in the coming months, it will also be available for free video with ad support, so like YouTube TV, Tubi, but that's in about 60 days.
All right.
Now video on demand, and everywhere you watch your video on demand.
Definitely want to see that. Looks really, really good. Chris, great to talk to you. Thanks for everything. His production company, by the way, called Former Prodigy Media, and is Christopher Knight. Have a good one, Chris. We appreciate it, man. Christopher Knight. And there you go. And then we can play this.
I mean, let's face it. You cannot escape that. Yeah, it's inextricable from your legend and lore. Of
course. Absolutely.
You strike or no strike.
Yeah. Oh, we have music for our next guest.
Yes,
Here we go.
sir.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Little Dave Matthews Band. Big Dave D&B fan, Nick?
Yes, sir. I have a specific question for Adam once we get into the interview.
All right, we're going to get him on now. By the way, he's going to be at Punchline Philly tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday. Please welcome Adam Ray.
Yay.
What's up, Adam?
Sorry, guys. Is my connection okay? Or did I
Yeah.
Mitch McConnell on you?
No, you didn't freeze.
You didn't Mitch McConnell.
You're good.
I mean, I think you're done. If you're not an X-Men character and you freeze for 6 minutes on camera 3 times a week, go back to bed.
Yeah.
You might be a redneck. No. Look, I just want to say this real quick. I feel anytime somebody in an older state goes through something like that, I try to empathize and I go, all right, put myself in Mitch's shoes. Have I also been in a point in my life where I've and yeah, man, I think we've all taken some edibles at a party that we were a last minute invite to, and the edibles kicked in right at the point of the conversation when it shifted in your direction during a topic you're not very privy to, but you want to participate, right? Because you don't want to embarrass your friend Eli, right? And someone's like, Adam, and right when the edibles kick in and you're like, oh man, I think I'm doing this a lot. I think I need, like, at some point you muddle to someone like, hey, do you think they have Mountain Dew Code Red at this party? And you're like, what? And then someone looks at you and goes, Adam, dude, global warming, you think it's real? And you go, so anyway, I'm glad that I'm coming in.
No, you're coming in strong. You're not McConnelling us at all. And it is kind of funny when you just stop and think about it. Certainly has a fair amount of power in this country. And then, like Dianne Feinstein, I was reading that, and this, I don't know if this is true or not, but apparently power of her daughter who's 62 or 63, has power of attorney. And I'm like, maybe at a certain point you should age out of that particular line of work, right?
1,000%. I mean, look, Harrison Ford is not doing the senior citizen community any favors as far as like, hey, when you get to a certain age, it's time to, wrap it up and sail off into the sunset. Harrison's like, look, there's probably another, boulder to chase. There's another like cool artifact. How many artifacts do you need to like collect? But also, I don't know. I mean, my stepdad is 81 and he's still like building stuff in his shed, and he's still, I got all sorts of advice when I got married, and my stepdad's was probably the best. He was like, he's West Point grad, paper route since he was 5. He was like, Adam, I got 2 very important words for you. Yes, dear. and then my real dad hit me up, my biological father, and goes, son, marriage is like a shoe. You try on the shoe. If it doesn't fit, hey, man, you grab another shoe. And I was like, well, you did leave mom when I was 7 to start a new family, so that does check out. And then my step uncle, which is a weird thing to have, a step uncle, the brother of the woman who slept with my dad and turned things around. By the way, having a stepmom is just is in and of itself kind of was a new thing. It's like having crystal clear Pepsi at Thanksgiving. You're like, nobody really wanted this, but Dad brought it, so we'll take a couple sips and be okay. So my step uncle, too soon. So my step uncle hit me up on Facebook and was like, "Hey, I heard you got married. If you ever find yourself in Phoenix, I know a massage parlor that takes Bitcoin." And I was like, "This is why we don't speak a lot, Uncle Rod."
A massage parlor that takes Bitcoin. Yeah, I love that.
So I don't know, but your point is right. I think once there should be people looking out for people.
Right.
That I don't know. It's also embarrassing for the family. If I was doing, if I started doing really weird material on stage and my family didn't step in, or started freezing.
Yeah.
I mean, if,
who watches it? Who's the person who stands to the side and goes, "Enough now. Enough. Move it along."
Yeah.
And there seems to be throughout entertainment and politics, there seems to be rife with people who don't have that other person standing there who says, "Let's go home, honey. Yeah, it's done."
Oh yeah, I wonder how many bananas from private parts people had to eat before they said something that like Lizzo's not doing some cool stuff right now. But I mean, I support Lizzo. I as a former fat kid, I everything she was doing for the body positivity movement, I stood for. I was the type of fat kid who was like, I wore my T-shirt when I swam, but not because I was embarrassed, because I didn't want to make the girls jealous with what I was working with.
Oh, my God.
Because at that age, every girl's just like, how'd you get them sweet-ass boobs?
I
was like, oh, go ahead.
No. As a kid who, from time to time, would wear a T-shirt in the pool as well. What's the point?
Yeah, you still do, it feels like.
But, what's the point? Then you now just have a wet T-shirt that is accentuating every single fat roll in your body.
Oh, I know. It was a horrible plan that backfired.
Dude, I wear shirts. I wear shirts now. I wear UV shirts because I have vitiligo. So I'm back in it. I can't escape it because outside and now you see loads of kids. Like when did this become a trend? And adults wearing swim shirts so that you don't get skin cancer. I'm like, oh, okay. I guess it's the thing now.
Yeah, you got to follow the trends. I don't know. My shirts also said, "Don't look at my kid boobies," and I think that was like,
that's probably drawing attention
that
to
didn't
it.
help. Yeah.
Nick, you had a question. You get to your.
Well, yeah. All right. So
I have one for Adam as well.
Okay, cool. First of all, Adam, I'm a huge fan, and I've been following you for a while on Instagram. And our worlds collided a week or so ago when we were both at the Gorge for Dave Matthews Band.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So I wrote this article with you specifically in mind because you posted a very funny video for Dave Matthews fans. I found it to be hilarious and accurate. And the title of the article, Adam, is this. Is talking about Dave Matthews Band at the Gorge annoying to everyone except for the people who have been able to see Dave Matthews Band at the Gorge? Because I feel like there's a shelf life in which you can talk about it and then people's eyes start to glaze over and they don't care and you are now annoying them. So you were there and you're a comedian. I want to hear your take as a Dave fan versus you being a comedian making fun of Dave fans.
Well, so yeah, I did. I saw your article right before I popped on here. I didn't get a chance to read all the way through it, and I probably won't. But it's great to meet you. But,
you're in it. Your video is in it.
Okay. Oh, very cool. Yeah. First of all, the Gorge is. I love that you made the trip out there. It's definitely one of the 7 wonders of the world. It's like, the Gorge. I mean, you might throw the Grand Canyon in there. I'd say, there's a Waffle House in Minnesota. It's pretty exceptional. Watching Lizzo get into a hot tub is pretty cool. I don't know. There's something about that place that's so like. I think Dave even said, he goes, we feel like we're making all this noise in such a quiet place, but it also feels so isolated, almost like a comedy club that's so like isolated or underground that you feel like you almost shouldn't be there. And it's a cool thing that everyone ventures out there to be there together. But the Dave fandom, I definitely, once you start to follow a band like that, and any jam band, I think really people start to, go out of their way to immerse themselves in the community. And when I camped out, I definitely was around all these people that were just like, yeah, man, how many Dave concerts is this for you, man? Hey, you ever heard a guy play drums like Carter Beauford? And you're like, no. And first of all, Matt, you're a white kid from Rancho Cucamonga, so stop acting like a black soul singer from the 50s. That's just what Dave does to you, baby. And the whole experience is so positive, and everyone's doing everyone's drugs, and I got lost. I got so drunk one night that I got lost in the campground, and took about 3 hours to walk back in the middle of the night. Found my group, woke everybody up, started kicking the tent, going nuts because they left me. They all start laughing. And one of my buddies was getting an over-the-pants HJ from one of our friends from high school. And I kind of got in the middle of that. But
That's unfortunate.
I digress. But the concert itself is just like next level. But I guess what you're saying is, how do you separate? I think I almost enjoy it. It is funny. I made that video that kind of parodies, the things that people say when they're there, when they've gone to so many shows. Because now the band's been playing like almost 30 years, and it's pretty insane. So you're around these, whatever the label is for the fan, but like there's so many things you hear, and after a while, I found myself saying to myself, to my wife who was there, only seeing him for the second time, I was like, "Oh, they're gonna play "Lie in Our Graves." And she's like, "What's that?" And I was like, "It's one of the classic songs from like the second album." And she's like, and you just find yourself and then I just started laughing at myself, and then they played like, I think they played like a song called like "Dancing Nancy's" into a song called "Minarets," and I go, they never go Nancy's into minarets. It's minarets and Nancy.
Oh my God.
She's like, okay, I'm drying up as you speak. And,
Well, you know what? Here's the thing to remember, and I always go by this because woe is you if you don't have something in your life you can get that passionate about, A.
I mean,
and
thank
B,
you.
right, and B, whatever you're passionate about and someone looks at with disdain, remember they've got something that would bore the ever-living crap out of you. So I always try to accommodate. I don't drink, but I'm fascinated with like wine culture and microbrews. And when Preston, I don't play golf. I could give a rat's ass, but Preston's very much into it. And when he talks about it, I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I want to find out what motivates other people. So I don't think there's any defense necessary for having a complete committed adoration of knowing playlists and the way that they lay out. And I think that's a testament to a life well lived. I rest my case.
Wow, dude, we have some applause music.
I honestly, God, I have that. Well, I want to jump in here. I'm a Dave fan as well, but more so I'm a Fish fan. So I want to ask you if you have, because you mentioned "Lie in Our Graves." And I think that the greatest version of "Lie in Our Graves" is the one that Trey played on. And I don't know if you agree with that or not.
Yeah, I mean, that guy's a freak of nature. I think anytime they get guest artists to jam on something, it just, because they've had so many versions of every song. So it's like, it's nice to hear someone else step in. It's like, you can, have intercourse with your significant other, and then, you bring something else in to mix it up, and it just makes the, there's probably a better analogy for this.
No,
I like
you're talking about whippets.
It makes sense.
I'm talking about whippets, yeah. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Speaking of which, man, the whippets scene has gotten bonkers lately. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Pod, Teddy. Yeah, there is something about the young generation that's like really trying to just do some throwback drugs. Whippets, I did a couple of them. I mean, look, the hype is, it's overhyped. It was, you know what I'm saying? It was like, I don't know. It's like when they're like, Sarah Jessica Parker and Matthew Broderick are going to be on stage together. You're like, all right, but I don't know. Whippets, yeah, they're the Whippets of theatrical couples. No, Whippets, I've done them maybe twice, and it's I don't know. It's such a quick.
Yeah.
If you get a buzz, don't you want it to last? Don't you want to, it's such a, I don't know. It's
you want it to last 30 seconds and then give you a pounding headache for the rest of the night.
Yeah, what a bummer, dude. I could just talk to my step Uncle Rod and
have him explain cryptocurrency.
Crypto update, yeah. I'm telling you, man, give me 30 minutes, I'll have $1 million in your change account by tomorrow morning. All right, easy, Papa John.
I watched a guy, I was at the Fish concert at the Man here in Philadelphia over in August.
Oh, nice.
Doesn't matter. But I watched the guy. So the Whippet scene in Philly is super crazy.
You've been saying that you can.
Yeah. And by the way, I haven't done a Whippet since July 3rd, 2000. Not that I'm counting, but
on the top.
I watched a guy come over, and he at first I thought he was Helen I. No. As it turns out, he was just a competing salesperson. So he comes over to a dude selling Whippets, and he grabs the tank and he just opens it. And the guy's like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, no. He's like, you're not selling your stuff here. And he just sat there and looked the dude in the eye while all of the nitrous left the tank. And he's like, are you going to do something about it? Because I will kick your ass.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't realize this. So that's worse than the tow truck rivalry here in Philadelphia.
Yeah. And what are you going to do? You going to fight the guy? I'm like, no, you're not going to fight the guy.
Well,
There's a tow truck rivalry in Philly.
That was a few years ago. They were shooting each other.
They're shooting each other.
Crazy.
Yeah, to get to the cars. You're going to see all that when you're in town now.
Yeah.
So.
Wait, and they I can't wait. I thought, you guys are really just up in your tourism because it used to just be like Rocky statue and like Kyle Schwarber's pubes, and now it's like, and now it's like
Whippets and tow truck.
We got the Jets versus Sharks tow truck edition.
Yeah. By the way, I'm a huge fan as well, and love your stuff. And I was watching, and it was a while ago. I haven't had the chance to mention. It's been a while since you've been on, but in the Pam and Tommy. And you play Jay Leno in a sequence, and I'm like, and I caught it instantly.
Oh my God!
He's under, and that's
never
him
put that
under
together.
all the prosthetics, but I could tell by the eyes and by the delivery. I go, that's got to be him, and. You did a fantastic job, dude. It was awesome.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah,
that was. I've always loved to, put on stuff like that and just mess around. And I didn't even really know I could do a Jay Leno, so I was like, yeah, we got a great show for you tonight. Go get all the here, and I kind of, threw it on a tape and got the job. And the guy who created it, who then did Welcome to Chippendales, who threw me in that because of that show,
right?
Was like, I like that you didn't do an impression. You're an actor that was doing it, and it wasn't just this big car. And I met Jay about a month after the show came out, and I walked into the green room. My mom, knowing I was going to go in, she was like, "You got to tell him that you're in the show." And I was like, "He doesn't care." And my mom's like, she was like, "You should tell him, he'll love it." And I try to always take what my mom says with a grain of salt because. She did the single mom thing, and she's my hero for that. And she did so many things that nobody really prepped her on. Like she, bought me condoms, and I was, was it weird? Yeah. Was I 9? Almost. Were they magnums? Yeah, but she believed me. And so I went and I was like, Jay, and he was like, oh, it's the guy who plays me on TV. And I was like, was it bad? I'll move back to Seattle. He's like, no, it's good. I heard it wasn't cartoony. I'm not going to watch it, but I heard it was good. So after I got that, I was like, I got to work on some new impressions in case some other parts come along and can fit the bill for.
Yeah.
So I actually would love to throw a few of those at you guys.
Please.
Some feedback. So these are just some new impressions in case some other parts that I could maybe be appropriate for. All right. So this first one is Nicolas Cage, Academy Award winner Nicolas Cage, stubbing his toe in the dishwasher.
All right.
Here we go. Oh. Next one I'm going to do for you guys. Johnny Depp.
That's fun.
Johnny Depp. Post Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. We all probably watched a piece of that. Made you feel better about your own relationship for sure.
Yeah.
This is Johnny leaving Amber a voicemail after he found out she defecated in their bed. Here we go.
Okay.
Hey, it's Amber. You know what to do. Boop. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The last one I'm going to do for you. This is my man Nick.
Oh, my God.
My man Nick at the Dave Matthews concert next year, 2024, at the Gorge. Oh, man. Yeah, I know. Yeah, pass the whippet. Yeah.
Nailed it.
Yeah. Absolutely nailed it.
But thank you, man. That and doing stuff like that led to me doing. I don't know if you've seen I did this Dr. Phil show with Bill Burr.
Saw it, loved it.
Oh, you did?
Loved it.
Thanks,
and the thing is that you get the Dr. Phil pentameter down. Burr played along extraordinarily well, and
perfectly, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
And you got his wife also to participate, which is and she's amazing. So did you call in some? I mean, obviously you're well respected within the community, but Burr's a tough get, I assume. How did you swing that?
Yeah, totally. It's so funny being he's my favorite comic, and I've told him that, and he deflects it and gets doesn't a little weird out about it, but it just I guess I just assumed I was never going to get to a point where I'd be comfy. I felt like I was a peer of his, but I just whether it was my own insecurity about where I was or where he was, I just needed to be a little more seasoned to be able to hang with him. But I also didn't mind that. I think it's fine to not have to be on the level with everybody like that. I enjoyed having this guy that I was just like, man, he's
Agreed.
Inspires me, and yeah.
Yeah,
and,
I mean that's and it's the same thing. It's like, listen, you're an accomplished person, but I think it's always okay to be. Your interview with Chevy Chase from a while ago. We had that bizarre thing where we had Chevy on a few times now, and it's been great. But it's Chevy Chase. You friggin' revere Chevy Chase, and it was a great interview that you had. But that I'm sure you got to get over that.
Totally.
Let me lose it and just go with it, right? I mean,
yeah. Oh, totally. Yeah, and just a handful of times being with Burr at shows kind of led to it, and then I did this roast of Big Papi with him in Boston about 6 years ago, and where again I had dressed up. I flew out my friend who's the makeup artist who actually won an Emmy for Pam and Tommy, and she's the one who does all the Dr. Phil stuff, and she flew out, and it was Bill Burr and Anthony Mackie and Gronk and Dustin Pedroia, and we were roasting Papi for his Jersey retirement weekend, and I was like, if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna be like a character, maybe like a 75-year-old Yankee fan. So she flew out and made me up. Burr, we're at the club the night before working our jokes out, and Burr's like, so I heard you're going to dress up like Babe Ruth or something? I'm like, no. It's going to be great. Don't worry about it. And so we're waiting in the lobby to walk over to House of Blues. I'm in full makeup. I mean, jowls. It was crazy. I'll send you guys some pics.
Yeah.
And I walk up, I see Burr. I was like, I got to test it out. And I go, hey, Bill Burr. I go, how you doing, man? Big fan. And he goes, thanks, buddy. I go, yeah, I got some notes for your cartoon. He goes, what? I go, yeah, it's no Simpsons. I'll tell you that much. Evans for Family had just come out.
Right.
And he goes, F off, buddy. You're a real, real schmuck or whatever. And then I go, Burr, it's me. And he goes, what? And I go, it's me, Adam. And he goes, what the fuck? Couldn't believe it. And the rest of the night just couldn't take his eyes off me. And we really, for whatever reason, and I just murdered that night. And it was the first time I think, I don't think he'd see me even do stand-up because you're kind of ships in the night sometimes at the store. And so I think it gave him a little bit more of like, he got to see me in my element. So it made me a little more comfy to even talk to him. Cause I'm like, all right, now I think he doesn't think I'm not a complete waste of space. And so with this, we've been on a couple shows back to back and really talked for a while. And then I shot a little thing for him that he was doing. And then I said, hey, I was thinking about doing this Dr. Phil live show. And he immediately texted back, yes, like all in. Wow. And then we started voice noting back and forth where he was like, I got to you got to really play into my rage and be like, so I've got all these voice notes of him doing like, Bill, you just, you're so angry, and
it was great.
So we had a great time and he wants to do it again. So we just got to figure that out. But,
it's funny you should mention about him not taking compliments. He sort of dismissed what you were saying. He's self-effacing. I get that. That's fine. Same thing happened here. Like we're huge fans, and I started to compliment. I think it was on his acting, because he's a really solid actor, as are you.
Totally.
And man, it was like you could just tell he's like,
let's talk about something else.
Shy of saying let's talk about something else. Yeah. That's how he reacted. It was wild.
Yeah, comedians deflect like that, and it's also. I don't know, when you're so used to just like being there, like on anything just to kind of bring the funny, but also it's also probably, I would venture to assume it's still new for him that he almost, I remember seeing Philip Seymour Hoffman when I went with a buddy to work at Sundance and in like 2007, it was like right after I started stand-up, like a few months prior, and also Utah I know is known for Karl Malone and moms that have YouTube channels and starve their kids, but like, which by the way, what a psycho!
Yes,
what are you doing? Yeah. Lock her up for life. Certain people just need whether it's that. Or, there was a flight attendant that came knocking on the door. I was in the bathroom for not even 90 seconds last week. And she knocks on the thing. She goes, everything okay in there? I was like, yeah, psycho. You fed me eggs on a plane that were microwaved. I'm surprised they didn't sit well. So you might want to drop the oxygen. Like, just the audacity to do that. I'm like, just go away for a while.
Right.
But anyway, Utah has that and some really strong edibles because I definitely, we had a rental car. I definitely drove to 7-Eleven to get some snacks. Forgot that I drove and walked home, so that's my last memory of Utah. But I saw Philip Seymour Hoffman is my point. So
right, yes.
And we'll get back there. Yeah. And Philip Seymour Hoffman was saying there's a movie called The Savages with him and Laura Linney, kind of this indie film where they were kind of brother and sister that were estranged, and they were getting back together to take care of their dad and figure out where to put him in a home. And Philip Seymour Hoffman was unbelievable as he is.
Yeah.
But I just vividly remember he's up there and he's like, every time I take a part, I feel like I'm such a phony, and I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm just waiting for people to figure out that I don't know what I'm doing. And he's like, and I get so nervous, it almost scares me into not taking the gig. This is Philip Seymour Hoffman. I mean, he's
Dude, that's
at this point.
We talk about it all the time. It's imposter syndrome. It is, and I don't know.
So Burr might have a little bit of that, and why
Yeah.
he deflects, I think, is my point. I feel like he might still feel like he's just dabbling into acting, so that when you're like, "You're great," he's like, "Nah, I don't know."
Well,
Yeah,
you
I get it.
You get a lot of acting roles. You end up in a lot of stuff. You're in the Barbie movie.
Yep.
And the Barbie movie was a nice little 3-minute scene. They chopped down to a couple lines, but
Still, I mean, when you cross the $1 billion mark, it's good to be somewhere in that movie. And that movie is just took off.
1,000%, and at least that it wasn't just like the back of my head, like like some softcore actors have to deal with. But it was cool to meet Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling. My scene as this cop was with them, and so getting like Gosling, they're both such legends of their craft and look like movie stars, and like were so nice and so professional. And Gosling in between takes would really chum me up, and so at one point he was like, but almost to a condescending level, to where I was like, am I on a hidden camera show like called Gosling's Gotcha? Like, are you gonna? I was like, this guy, like, is he gonna force me to like write an apology letter for Danny Mass? Like, there's just something like that. He was so nice. He was like, someone told me you've been doing stand-up for 16 years. I was like, yeah. It's one of my favorite things to do, and I love it. He's like, that's awesome. He was just like, dude, that's awesome. You come into your craft, man. It's awesome, man. They feed you at the clubs. I was like, yeah, I'll give you like salads and chicken tenders sometimes. He's like, I love chicken tenders, man. Are you kidding me right now? I don't eat them clearly, but you do. He's like, you travel a lot. I was like, yeah, I've been to like Australia and Japan. I'm going to Philadelphia coming up. He's like, dude, say hi to Nick. He's my whippet.
I love that guy.
Listen, Adam, Steve and I, one time, and I'm sure you encounter much more beautiful people than we do, but one time we were in the company of Kate Beckinsale. This was back in Pearl Harbor.
Wow.
And Steve and I were sitting there interviewing her, and we're like,
we couldn't talk.
We could not handle the beauty that was around us. So being with Margot Robbie it's got to be the same thing.
I mean, there comes a point where you can find no commonality in DNA or genetic. There's nothing.
Are we the same species?
What are you? And that's and it does throw you off. So, after a while, you begin, you celebrate that because, as you said, Ryan Gosling cannot enjoy the thrill that is a chicken tender, and so we take that. We'll always have that over a Ryan Gosling.
Yeah, certain people can't eat. Like, he definitely is. Like, I definitely was like, hey, man, the craft services has gushers. And he was like, what are those? And I was like, I'm going to walk the other way. I thought I could fat kid bond with you right now, but you want my, kid booby T-shirt from the 5th grade? He's like, what?
So how often do you go? I mean, are you at the point now? I mean, you talked about sending an audition, in for the Pam and Tommy thing, but I mean, you have a lot of guests on your show. You have a lot of actors, a lot of people come through. At this, obviously, we're in a strike now and everything. But has it become a little bit easier? Do you get a role?
Little bit, yeah.
The Adam Ray role, yeah.
I'm sorry. What was the last?
No,
one?
I'm just saying. They just say this would be perfect for Adam Ray, and you get that call, and you got the role to begin with.
You know what? The Barbie movie was that, and just because the guy who cast it, who put me in The Heat and Spy and Ghostbusters and Curb, and she cast The Office and Veep, and she's Allison Jones. She's just a legend in the comedy casting world, and so she was, just hit me up to do that, and
that's great.
I've done that with a handful of other things. It happens, and it happens, but it's still, it's still so competitive, man, and it's still. It's crazy to me that as much as I'm, not even close to being satisfied on that front and what else I want to be doing. And I'm trying to now just, get going on my own, especially right before the strike even started to kind of transpire. I was like, I got to really start investing more into the things that I have been doing sporadically. But like there's this pilot I put together on my YouTube channel that I just finally just put out because I was sitting on it and tired of and I only pitched it a handful of times, but just had enough people be like, what is whatever? And it was me playing 3 different characters in full prosthetic, this like, androgynous hairstylist, an 80-year-old female, kind of a psychic, and then this like really nerdy kid. And Joel McHale's in it, Ron Funches, David Koechner, and Tom Lennon.
Whoa. And
it's called Jeremy Rising. It's just type it in on my YouTube channel. It's really funny. And so more stuff like that. And because I have, one of the benefits of just being around for a little bit and not being a piece of crap is, you get to meet some cool people that hopefully want to, like Burn, say yes to doing fun stuff like that. So it's about now figuring out like more of that stuff and not just, because my ultimate dream is to do what Sandler's doing, which is to be able to just like have an idea, get all your buddies. I know so many funny people that have not had a break or have had just a little break. Yeah. And as much as I feel like I've gotten to, do some cool things, it's like
you're gonna get there.
You always gotta have.
You're gonna get there, man. Yeah, you're so talented. Your stuff, your video, your stand up, all that work is just exemplary, and people can have a chance to check it out themselves.
Yeah,
right?
Definitely. We got to wrap, Adam. But
okay, I could talk to you guys all day.
We could talk to you all day, definitely. But we got to get some commercials in. So
you got some whippets to draw.
We got whippets to do. But listen, we do have a couple of pairs of tickets to give away to tomorrow night's show. By the way, Friday night show. We'll take callers 20 and 21 215-263 WMMR. Adam is going to be at Punchline tonight at 8, tomorrow and Saturday 7:30 and 9:45. Dude, thank you for the time. Enjoy it here in Philadelphia, and hopefully we'll talk to you again soon, all right?
If we hopefully, and I was just going to say, if we had more time, I would take those callers as Dr. Phil and try to get life advice.
That would be the best.
We're going to hold you to that next time.
Yeah.
We'll get you in studio next time. Yeah.
Excellent. All right, thank you.
Best.
Adam Ray, man. Let's hear it for you guys. Excellent. We're going to take a break. We got the A to Z to continue when we get back. Stay put.
With it's going to be one of your favorite things that you've seen in a long time. So
awesome.
It's been a couple years in the making, but it would. I'm really not subtle. We know what I'm talking about.
But we can't say it for legal reasons.
No, I can't. But I love Norm, and when I call him and when we talk, it's just like I'll try him for like a week, or I'll text him, and then all of a sudden I'll get a phone call. Hey, Saget, why don't you ever call me? It's like, he's always the good one to blame other people. And I'm always just a total sucker for his comedy. He's one of the smartest people I've ever known does comedy. But I got to tell you, I've been going over. I got to tell you, I'm Bob Hope's dad. I've been going over a stand-up that I want to do. It's oddly, before the quarantine happened, before COVID, I was becoming more responsible in what I was doing. It would just seem to have more meaning. There were more stories. There was more. It wasn't politics or religion. I'm not there to do that. I'm there to entertain everybody, but yet have some actual human context of the things I grew up with.
Yeah,
more human, and it just started happening. So I'm a different. People are now just right before quarantine. They were going, "You're not as dirty as I want you to be." I'm like, I'll throw in another word for you. I don't know what to do. We change as we do this. You don't do just one speed, one thing. So,
well, I think
I can't wait.
Just a quick observation is that your material's always been able to stand on your. I think there used to be, and for years, an initial shock that the Full House guy was for people who were unaware. I happen to be aware that you were great with that, but the material isn't predicated on the expletives. The material was always there. You're always a smart comic.
Thank you for knowing that, because that's the truth. I don't know. I'm out of context, and all they do is take a scene from The Aristocrats, which can't be made or shown. But you guys started my career. Not you personally, but WMMR. Yeah. I won a radio contest when I was 17 years old.
Yeah.
And WMMR gave me $500. I don't know if I've talked about it on your show before.
Have, yeah.
Well, here it is again.
Was that at Stephen Starr's Comedy Club? Or
actually, that's where I really started. But before that, it was a place called Grandma Minnie's, and you guys were teenagers, and I was. No, you were babies. I was a teenager. I was 17. I sang a song about bondage, and then people go, "How did the Full House dad get weird?" I don't know. When he was 17, he sang a song about bondage. Right. So I mean, Stephen Starr did a lot for my career. I was playing at a club at 3rd and Bainbridge that he owned.
Okay,
but love Philly. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I wanted to ask you
Are
about
you
that.
going to conduct an orchestra?
Well,
That's how we know we're
hold up
going
our
to
fingers
ask
so that we don't talk over one another, and so that but I wanted to ask you about Comedy Central roast because you mentioned them earlier, and they've been airing them a lot lately, and I think that they're great, but they also get cut off. In particular, there was one where Bill Hader came out as the president of Hollywood, and I don't remember if you were there at that roast.
No, I've only been to one. I've actually hosted real roasts that weren't televised, like the Jack Black roast for 2,000 people in New York. Wow. That was for the Friars, so that was for charities. The other charity is Comedy Central. But please continue. So Bill Hader got cut off.
I guess my question is, you probably prefer to do the ones in private because the ones on Comedy Central really are just tailor-made for TV. They're chopped up, they're edited a lot, and to me, it's not really pure comedy. It's more just about
and mine was particularly because I had a edgy bluer stand-up because I don't know. I did an HBO special shot at NYU with 20-year-olds, so I just became a chameleon for the audience. I should have chosen a higher ground, but that's who I was as an artist. But that was particularly foul with my friends, and Stamos hosted. It had famous Cloris Leachman kiss on it.
That was great.
May she rest in peace. And then Gilbert, who I want to sue for the rest of my life for what he said. And unfortunately, people see that and they think if people are joking about it, it's true. That's how herd mentality works.
Yeah.
It's like, what? And I didn't say anything. I just sat there and eventually laughed. Sometimes there was actually, when I was doing it, Joel Gallen, the great Greg Giraldo, who I loved so much.
Oh, he's one of the best.
You guys loved him, right?
Yep.
Did you used to have him on?
We had him on the show, and he's again in that. The economy of words and the execution of the concepts were just unbelievable. What a loss. So there are a few times I've been nervous when people have come into the studio. When Norm came in, Greg, because I just respected, and you, Bob, obviously, people I respect so much, and he was just great. And he really, they talk about Jeff Ross and Jeff Ross is great, but to me, pound for pound, Giraldo brought it to those roasts.
Yeah, and I think Jeff would agree, and we all agree. Greg was prolific and amazing, and he said I looked like the Vlasic pickle stork sitting there with those granny glasses and that large pointy nose. So that, of course, is something that I memorized. But the point is, he shouldn't be gone. And I talked to him like 2 weeks before he passed, and he was fine. You know, it was just a horrible thing that happened, and he caved at a bad time. Yeah. And it's very, very sad. But I called him and I said, so are we going to hang out? Because we talked about it after the roast. He said, oh, yeah. I got a girl here, Bob, I want you to talk to. And he did like a Norm Macdonald prank on me. I didn't know what was happening. And a young lady gets on the phone and she goes, hello, who is this? And I said, oh, it's Bob Saget. Greg says that you wanted to talk to me, that you're apparently a fan. Why would they be a fan? I said, well, I don't know. I was on that show, Full House. I do not know that show. I do not know who you are. And then he gets back on the phone and he's laughing his head off. He was just trying to impress somebody who sounded like Natasha and Boris were at the bar. And he had no clue who anything.
That's great.
Although Full House played in Russia, so I think they liked it.
Maybe they did.
Because we were of the right demographic. That's a nice thing to say in the morning. Hi, everybody. Have a great day. But I want to come into the studio next time I'm in there when I'm playing Philly, whether I play wherever, maybe the Tower again. Is the Tower going to open up?
I don't know, man. We're hoping for everything. You know this town as well as anybody, Bob, and there's just so many great venues and the amount of people who are devastated by this, just on that level, and it's not even just the performers; it's the people behind the scenes and the sound people and all that. There's been so much stuff, and we've got to do, and we're trying to do. Everybody's sort of trying to vigorously do everything they can to get everything back up and running, because the charm of this area is that you always had so many shows and comedy venues and all that stuff, and the Tower is historical, So we hope.
I'm hoping a lot of theaters, a lot of us are doing clubs because you can't get into a lot of theaters. But I'm playing a bunch of theaters and a bunch of casinos. And I mean, the Hard Rock one, Live Nation called and said, we want you to be the first person to open it because we want it to be a festival that people can bring their kids to. I said, well, it's 21 and up and it's a casino. So
right.
Unless you got a 15-year-old with a mustache and a fake ID, it ain't going to happen.
Are you just going to be in and out to AC and then back, or are you going to be able to spend some time in Philly? I mean, it's still restricted.
No, I wish I could.
Yeah.
I've got to come back because I'm doing a show on a rooftop in San Francisco on 420 with a bunch of stoners.
Nice.
With Jeff Ross and a bunch of really, really funny people and proteges and friends of Dave Chappelle. So I'm doing that. And then I go back to Irvine, California. They're opening the Irvine Improv. But again, it's like a 500-seat venue. It's going to be 190 capacity. So but it's not a drive-in. It's not a drive-in.
It's not a drive-in. And 25% becomes 50%, becomes 75%, and we get back to it. And so
it happens.
Yeah,
Just getting out there, man. I can't. It's hard to explain. I know Bill must have been excited. We have the same publicist, and Bill is over the moon. Going back, did he exude that, or was he exhausted from the press?
We've had longer with you than we had with him. He had to quickly.
He was like, I gotta go. There's another guy I gotta call Detroit, and I'm really angry about this guy. I don't know who he is, but I don't like him. I don't think he talks like Joe Pesci.
It was a good.
He's literally. Please go ahead. Sorry.
No. Yeah, that was spot on. But in fact, that's kind of the way he talked. But he's great. He's always been very, and with you again, let's people be reminded that you have been a participant in the Camp Out for Hunger, and you've been generous with your time and just donations
always.
And stuff like that. So
whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. I try to do everything I can to help as many people.
You've been phenomenal. Yes. We appreciate
I have been, and I will continue to be, even though Bill thinks I don't have long to live.
Apparently,
he has the best drive-in story because he said he did a drive-in, and instead of heckling, the lady drove off. He just drove off.
Who was talking about that? I think Jim Gaffigan or somebody was talking about it. That just the quiet hum of an engine as the car just leaves.
It's worse than someone walking out.
It's worse than someone walking out. Yeah.
Nice. You guys are lucky because you get to talk. Besides being as popular as you are, come on, let's face it, you are, and you look really good too. You're both incredibly handsome, and you get unusually groomed for early in the morning. I have to admit, and you know that I slept in these clothes, and I look very groomed. But you get to talk to so many people when I see your lineup because following you guys, it's like wow, it's all my friends. You have Tom Pop on. You have people that are just wonderful.
Well, you are doing likewise. Your podcast, which I enjoy as well. And is that a nice rest, diversion for you as well? Because you're a good interviewer yourself.
I've gotten to be better, but thank you. I'm not you guys, but I'm on my 89th show. But Monday is Ben Folds, and this week I had Candace Cameron Bure, my TV daughter DJ.
I gotta tell you, I adore her, and I have fallen in with the veracity of a crack addict to the Hallmark Christmas movies that she does, and
she's
the Hallmark
Queen of Christmas.
Yes, she's awesome. She's so good.
Well, it's interesting because you do a podcast these days, and because there's not that many outlets, there's the late night shows that they run the clips, there's SNL clips. Otherwise, if you want humor, you go to a podcast or sensational news. So E! News picked up yesterday a story about Candace being on my podcast, just talking about people make fun of her for being so perky. That was a news story. That's where we're at.
Perkiness.
Perky.
This just
people are cynicism comes, and the pain that people are having comes out of what we've been living through, which is being locked up.
Yeah.
But it's a problem when the younger people, and I feel like I am one of them.
Yeah.
People go, well, you're an old man and we're Gen Z. And I'm like, no, you guys don't get it. My stand-up isn't as blue as it is. It's like a 12-year-old or 10-year-old learning bad words.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it is. I mean, the word wiener comes out. Just the word, by the way.
Okay.
Right. But you that's the interesting part is you can make with a podcast, I'm able to have that outlet this year, and I've had such wonderful guests. I've had Tiffany Haddish to Jake Tapper to Bill Burr to Jason Sudeikis to Whoopi. I mean, it's just been able, and then dear friends that I sparred with like Gilbert and Lovitz, and and I'm just going to keep doing it forever. I mean, I have no reason not to. It's once a week, and I love it.
Well, there's been, and we've talked about this. There's been again, and I must have said this 100 times over the past year, that there's going to be some things that are going to actually, that we found, hey, this is a way we can do this. The way we're doing this right now with you, Bob, on the Zoom setup is something that was in the works, but we were forced to accelerate it. And so here we are doing that. So there are going to be some bright spots. And I think the fact that it accelerated you doing something that you're enjoying is a glass half full aspect to something that's been so profoundly unpleasant.
Exactly. This would be a dial. I'd be calling you on the phone. And now you get good quality audio. I'm on a podcast mic, and I'm able to do, I did Kevin Hart's new podcast that'll be on next month. And it becomes like you're in studio talking with your friend.
Right.
And as you know, that's what broadcasting is. You're just being yourself and talking with your friend or a person that you feel like, oh, I'm a person too.
That's right.
Is, what I was getting at is the cynicism is what's ripping us apart. It's, it's
exactly
where people, no matter what you say, people, if John Lennon said all you need is love, they would go, oh yeah, right. Canceled.
Right. It's
cancel him. Love. I don't have love. Canceled. But
I think your angle, your take on it is exactly right. And we with Bob Saget's in the world and the planned Dirty Work sequel.
I never mentioned that. I never said a word. Saget, why are you talking about it? The ink's not even dry. Shut up. My bad Norm impression.
Well, up next is this weekend at the Hard Rock at the Edis Arena, Saturday. There's 2 shows, 7 and 10 p.m., and you can get the tickets at bobsaget.com, and we'll post information, make it very easy for you to do that. Bob, it is always wonderful to have you on, man.
You guys are so great, and I will want to be in studio again. When I come home to Philly, I want to hang out with you guys for about 3 or 4 days.
We can do that. I was going to say all morning, but,
3 or 4 days.
3 or 4 days works. We can make that happen.
Look at how groomed you are. You're going to smell good. I'm fine with it. The worst is when you show up, and you're in some New York Sirius radio station, and wow, I shouldn't have said that.
No,
but everybody's got BO because they're a morning shock radio, and they're not. You guys are clean.
We're clean. Only one of us is BO.
Well, I'll have to guess. I'll know when I get there.
She is normally clean otherwise.
We love you, Bob.
Love you too.
Thanks, man. We got to go. Bob Saget, the one and only. God, I love that guy.
You could talk to him for hours.
He's one of the most naturally funny guys.
WMMR.
All right, let's dive into the world of the bizarre.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you by Rita's. You can get Rita's for a fall pick-me-up with a frozen coffee. Which fun fall flavors like pumpkin, mocha, and cold brew not which. No, it says which.
What the hell's going on?
Which fun fall flavors like pumpkin, mocha, and cold brew?
Let's go with that.
Only at Rita's for a limited time. Okie dokie then. I will start with this story. A woman said she noticed other cars pulling over as she drove by, but what the woman didn't realize was it was because of the new red and blue flashing lights installed in the fog lights in her newly purchased vehicle.
Oh, no.
On Wednesday.
Oh, that's awesome. Can you get that done?
The Salt Lake City police issued a warning about a person possibly impersonating an officer. A black Dodge Charger was reported to have red and blue flashing lights embedded in its fog lights, and other drivers were pulling over, believing that it was a police vehicle. At the time, investigators said they didn't know if the driver was trying to pull other motorists over or just get them out of the way so that she could move through traffic more quickly. And now the department says the whole thing was an innocent mistake. The woman who owns the vehicle contacted the police after recognizing the car in the picture as her own. She told officers she had recently purchased the vehicle and did not know about the lights or the smartphone app that was activated to control them.
Could you imagine you're driving along and the traffic in front of you, every car keeps veering off to the side of the road?
The app can change the colors of the lights and apparently was last set to red and blue. And the police stated the driver said while she was going to lunch, She noticed cars pulling over for no explainable reason. That's awesome.
Wow.
They did not believe that the woman was intentionally impersonating an officer. The woman says she has since removed the lights from her vehicle. Everybody's getting out of the way.
Oh,
I didn't even know that was an option that you could do that.
They're so nice here.
Yeah.
In New York City, this is terrible. A 74-year-old man was shoved onto the subway tracks in an unprovoked attack on the Upper East Side on Tuesday. Now, fortunately, a train wasn't coming at the time.
It has happened where a train was coming.
Yeah, the victim was standing on the downtown number 6 train platform around 12:20 a.m. when a man suddenly shoved him into the roadbed without saying a word. An on-duty MTA employee helped the strap hanger back up onto the platform. The elderly man, who suffered cuts on his fingers and complained of pain, was taken to a medical center where he was listed in stable condition. His attacker bolted from the area and escaped in the streets, and the two men did not interact at all prior to the random push.
Do you know, for years and years and years, riding the subway and going on that system, I always knew you would always stand with your back to like the escalator or the stairs. You never stood out at the edge of the platform. And this is going back years. But now more than ever, you're hearing stories of people getting shoved out in front of trains.
In an unrelated attack, about a half hour later, a 19-year-old man repeatedly slashed his 24-year-old girlfriend during a fight on board a Manhattan-bound number 3 train. So just lovely.
Yeah.
A Nevada rapper was arrested on a murder charge after Las Vegas police said he confessed to the murder in song lyrics.
He rapped his confession?
Yeah, Kenwan McDaniel was arrested on a charge of open murder with a deadly weapon. His bail was set at $1 million. McDaniel had been considered a person of interest in the death of Randall Wallace on September 18, 2021, in part due to his connection to a vehicle that matched a description of one used during the crime. And in July, a detective noticed a music video posted by McDaniel on YouTube and reviewed the lyrics and video. The music video bore a sufficient level of similarity to the details of the murder. It includes the fact that Kenwan confessed to the murder in his lyrics. One lyric included in the warrant said, "Park the car, double back on feet, the smartest way to slide. Drove in, double lock, yo, man. Make sure you get yo bod." Now, I don't know what all that means, but the warrant stated it included details of the killing that were not released to the public.
Oh, man.
In addition, it states that while McDaniel rapped in the video, he reenacted elements of the killing that were, quote, consistent with evidence at the scene. So he was spouting off stuff that nobody but the police knew about.
That's pretty wild.
The facts gathered during the investigation were obtained separately from the music video. The music video further validated the results of the investigation. The police said McDaniel has a preliminary hearing scheduled for this week.
They suggested the location of Jimmy Hoffa's body is contained within the lyrics of the song Escape, Preston.
Escape?
Yeah.
No, Rupert Holmes?
Yeah.
The Pina Colada song?
Yeah.
God, we actually had that. Spencer attacked his own attorney in a San Jose courtroom just moments before opening statements were scheduled to begin.
Well, I quit.
Spencer, facing charges related to a deadly 2022 shooting in San Jose, assaulted his public defender without warning. Court bailiffs and a prosecutor quickly intervened to subdue Spencer and separate him from his attorney. Fortunately, the attorney was not seriously injured in the attack. As a result of the assault, there will be a change in legal representation for Spencer.
You really ruined my opening statement that this is a peaceful man.
And it has not yet been determined whether Spencer will face additional prosecution for the attack. I would imagine he will.
No, that's a separate assault, yeah.
The district attorney's office said that they would make a charging decision after reviewing reports from the sheriff's office. Every now and then I will, just for fun, do a search on YouTube of courtroom fights.
And there's a lot of them.
Man, there are a lot of them.
And there's some where like the guys will try to get to the judge and get right up close to the judge before they're subdued.
It's crazy. All right, and there you go. That's the last story in the Bizarre File for you. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. More of the A to Z, trash and music news. In music news, if you missed it earlier, we announced the times for the bands at the MM Barbecue on Saturday, and we'll reiterate that information, and we'll tell you how you can get some fresh rye bread while you're at the MM Barbecue. Stay with us. He's just the best.
His stand-up is so freaking funny.
Yep, it's sharp. YouGov polled adults who said that they intend to watch Super Bowl and revealed how they answered the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year? So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
Okay.
All right, so pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah, what do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go,
and then pizza.
Yeah, no, really? I would go pizza less. I would probably, normally, I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
There you go.
Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of I count that as chips and dip.
Okay.
I mean, it's not technically dip.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah,
It's the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
It's like
I think,
bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. You know, it's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
You really
analogy.
shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is excellent bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum, more platinum. Yeah, very good.
I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh my gosh.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, it was like 6:05 and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast. So.
It's good.
Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. You know, so
Stays darker later.
I mean, stays lighter later.
Longer, yeah.
It stays later darker.
Oh my God.
No, because I noticed that yesterday too. It was it was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It
gets
stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
dark and dark.
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story,
Yeah.
Preston.
No,
it's going to be a Lifetime movie. Judd Nelson is playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm gonna tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got a laugh out of Kathy. I set my coffee
I didn't
timer
have to listen to the story.
every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee, and the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here.
Yeah.
And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
Yeah, I've had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink
You
it.
don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Yeah.
It's remarkable though. Like little things can set your day in the right direction
my
or in
God.
the completely wrong direction, and that one set. I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever. But like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood, and like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. So you've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur. Like
Okay.
we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
Yeah, there's a great video that Mark posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, "Hold on, that means Darth Vader's my grandfather."
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget like actors really know what they're talking about. Like he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it, and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, "Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be."
Yeah. No, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear. The dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave him, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, "What's up?" And just say, "Just get on the plane." And I'll go, "Hey, I thought we could do that." And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, "Okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky?" Like,
yeah. Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
We watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, "I cannot believe that's going to be Papa." Like, I cannot believe he is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is it the company?
Legendary.
So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
no. I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio right now.
Full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, that's awesome. It's so cool. And so the fact that this,
Vocals with Men at Work. Their first big hit, Who Can It Be Now? In the Back to School A to Z, in the Who's. And a few Who's that we have. The very first one, apropos from the band The Who. And then we move on to Men at Work, and then we've got some George Thorogood and AC/DC and Bon Jovi.
Nice.
For The Who's, yes. Nothing but good stuff. We will give away, as a lesson question prize, a $50 Rita's gift card. Now, I didn't get a chance to look at these just yet. Hold on one second here. Let's do this one. Who is the celebrity spokesperson trying to bring awareness to the decline of the home improvement stores Heckingers?
Very impressive.
215-263 WMMR. That was around 7:07 this morning. Who is the celebrity spokesperson trying to bring awareness to the decline of the home improvement stores Heckingers? We were all surprised by this.
215-263-WMMR. If you happen to have heard that, then now is your time to call. We'll do the trash now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Sports and Social. Cheer on the Birds, just steps away from the stadium at Sports and Social and Live Casino and Hotel Philly. Watch the game on a 52-foot big screen with halftime contest, Bud Light giveaways, memorabilia, and more. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, full details about Paul Rubin's death at the age of 70 have been released, and just as many had thought, Herman was apparently gored to death by a bison.
Oh, wow.
I don't think that's right. Kylie Jenner has clearly forgiven Jordan Woods for making out with Khloe Kardashian's ex, Tristan Thompson, as the two have been posting pictures together on TikTok. Kylie says to Khloe she needs to get over it because, quote, there are more fish than girls who wear glasses.
Oh, my God.
Hey! Didn't quite get that right either. And finally, Paul Landis, one of the Secret Service agents who was in the car with JFK the day of the assassination, telling TMZ Live that he can completely dispel the magic bullet theory. Landis claims he's been reviewing data for decades and now believes Kennedy committed suicide.
Oh, wow.
None of that seems right, and that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're going to see if we do have someone who knows the answer to this question. Who's the celebrity spokesperson trying to bring awareness to the decline of the home improvement stores, Heckingers? And it is Rich we will go to. Hi there, Rich.
I love you.
All right, Rich, who's the spokesperson for Heckingers?
John Bon Jovi.
That's good. Hold on a moment, buddy. Rich got a $50 Rita's gift card, and you can head to Rita's for full fall pick-me-up with frozen coffee and fun fall flavors like pumpkin, mocha, and cold brew. Only at Rita's, and that is for a limited time.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I had 3 testicles.
We are going to dive right into the MMRBQ information that we passed along earlier this morning as far as when things are taking place on Saturday. And so we'll begin with the fact that the lots open at 10 a.m.
Yep.
The gates open at noon. And then we start with live music. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back and forth between the main stage and the Preston and Steve Show side stage. All right. So Vixen 77 goes on at 1 p.m. That's the first live music you're going to hear.
You're going to want to see them
at MMRBQ. When they take a break, then over at the side stage, we start round 1 of live band karaoke with Sidearm, and that goes for about 25 minutes. After that, on stage, the main stage will be Tiger Cub at 1:55. And when they break, we will then have live band karaoke round 2 with Sidearm on the side stage. When we're done with that, Finger 11 goes on the main stage at 2:55 p.m. Following that, and we're very much encouraging people to come over to the side stage to check out Don McCloskey and his band.
You're going to love them.
Yep, so that will be on the Preston and Steve Show side stage at 3:30. Once they are done, Dirty Honey fires it up and gets the energy going on the main stage at 4 p.m., and once they break, Jackie Bam Bam will start spinning a set on the side stage at 4:40 p.m. And then after that, it's all main stage. So at 5:20, Aaron Jones. 6:30, Larkin Poe. At 7:40, Billy Idol. And then at 9:10, Shine Down to close out the program.
That's a solid friggin' day.
We'll also have a live broadcast stage in the Ben Franklin Plaza. And Jackie Bam Bam's going to be on the radio from noon to 2, Brent Porsche from 2 to 4, and then Pierre and Pancake from 4 to 6 if you'd like to stop by and check out some of that stuff.
So, listen. Go there for the rye bread, but stay for the show.
Yes, and I'm glad you mentioned that, Steve, because at the side stage, courtesy of our friends at Acme, we will have a rye bread cart with your chance to get rye bread. We know how much you want it, and we will indeed have slices of rye bread. To give away. And Nick, you've got to be the one doing that,
Yes.
at least some of it.
Yeah, I'll do some of it, and we'll see how well it sells, and I'm looking forward to it.
By the way, I happen to like rye bread.
Me too. I love rye bread.
Yeah.
Big fan.
In fact, when I go to for breakfast at a restaurant, I now ask for rye toast.
Yes.
I love rye toast.
Rye toast.
Yeah.
We could live together.
Yeah, we could.
We could share our bodies.
Guns N' Roses and Velvet Revolver bassist Duff McKagan has released a new single and video for Longfeather. It's from his third solo album, Lighthouse, which will be out on October 20th. About the song, he said, "Today's a good day to die." Refers not to a macabre yearning for death, but rather a lust for life and the learning habits of a good and honest daily striving. So I assume that lyric is in that
I totally
song.
misunderstood. I thought it was D-Y-E. Yeah.
No, not D-Y-E, D-I-E.
Thought it was a fabric thing.
So the new album will be available in a number of deluxe versions and bundles, and one includes an official certificate of authenticity signed by Duff himself. Let's see. Ozzy Osbourne will soon be undergoing another surgery, and will receive an epidural. And we played that yesterday.
Yeah, we have.
Never mind. Metallica.
Oh, okay.
So you heard that yesterday.
Yeah.
Metallica shared a new video online for their performance of
By the way, I'm a big fan of rye bread.
Moth into Flame. Do you know how to say rye bread?
Rye bread.
Oh, there you go. You say it better than the other guy.
Yeah, so rye bread.
Uh,
My daughter taught me that.
So they did a video online of their
daughters?
performance,
Yes, that's right, my daughter.
performance of Moth into Flame shot at their Arlington, Texas concert. One by one, they've been dropping songs from that two-night stand at AT&T Stadium. In another Metallica news, the band drew nearly 80,000 fans at the SoFi Stadium in L.A. last month, marking the venue's biggest crowd in history, by the way.
I think that's where the footage of Jason Momoa. Did you see him in the pit for Metallica? He's a
I
massive
missed it.
Metallica fan,
No.
just going nuts.
And finally, ahead of the release of Stain's new album, Confessions of the Fallen, the band dropped a new single and video called Here and Now. Lead vocalist Aaron Lewis delivers a powerful performance on the song, giving fans an intimate glimpse inside the band.
I just wasn't honest before, but I fell.
When they went on hiatus in 2012, he told Billboard, "We're not breaking up. We're not going to stop making music. We're just going to take a little hiatus that really hasn't ever been taken in our career." So it's their first album in 12 years, by the way.
That's a hiatus, all right.
Confessions of the Fallen. It's going to be out September 22nd. Features 10 original songs. And that's the last of the music news for you. All right, let's take a break. Come back in a second. Wrap up the program. We'll get one more song from the Back to School A to Z. And then that's the last that we get to play because it'll all be over today, my friend. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
When the whole idea of the machine, the movie came up, this was such a part of your embryonic act early on, and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly. People never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity once it's done. When people ask about it, you can just say, "Watch the movie," because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't the origin. This isn't that story, though, isn't
It's
this?
a little bit past.
It's a follow up to it, Bert.
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this guy Kale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, "I want to do a movie with you."
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago, and now I'm in his office, and he goes, "All right, you got to do one movie." He's like, "I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do?" And I said, "Well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine." And he goes, "How would you tell that?" And I go, "I got to be honest with you, Kale. I don't know." I said, "My biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, 'Just tell The Machine,' and it'll be the Russian mafia." And he lit up, and he goes, "Say no more. Say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie." And so, based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden, everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antencio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter Intencio.
Intencio. So he's from Key and Peele, and he did the movie Keanu as well, right?
Yeah.
The guys,
and you forget, like, he really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, "Well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie," and I was like, "He's thinking about colors?" And they're like, "Yeah, he's a director, you moron."
He's concerned with visuals.
I was like, I'm so used to doing like Instagram videos.
Yeah.
I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you. That's right.
Really? You gotta be kidding me.
Excellent.
Yeah, what's hilarious is we put out the video and it's got a lot of traction and like everyone hit me up. Like even like people who don't get fazed by it, like Rogan was like, dude, Mark Hamill's your dad? And then and then I went on the news and my news Google feed, and I was in my own Google feed news, and it said Bert Kreischer is not going to rehab.
Yeah, Bert, I got an email from someone who was like, hey, since he's your godfather, I thought I'd reach out to you. Is Bert really going to rehab, or was that a joke?
I was like, there's no way.
There's no way. Yeah.
I said it to Casey.
Yeah, we were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and Segura wanted to say, congrats on the movie, and we couldn't talk about it yet.
Right.
And he goes, tell everyone where you're going. And I go, I can't. And he goes, just say it. And I go, I can't. And he goes, say it. And I go, I'm going to rehab. And it made us laugh. And we just kept talking about it. And then we forgot to say, I'm not going to rehab. Angela, everyone sent me these really heartfelt messages like, this is a new step in your journey.
Oh, my God.
Bert, have we spoken?
More believable that I would be going to rehab than shooting a movie.
Yeah.
Have we spoken to you since the whole Jennifer Aniston thing happened?
No, you have not.
Okay, so for our listeners, explain how that all came, how that all happened.
So Segura and I were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and he made up a lie, and he said he met Jennifer Aniston. and I really fell for it. And and it was a funny story, a funny lie. And then I said, we should make a pact. If we ever meet Jennifer Aniston, we've got to bring the other one with us. And he's like, okay. He's like, well, let's set up the scenario. You pitch it to her. How would you want to meet? And I said, I want to meet at her house. And he's like, that's a little aggressive to say, I want to meet at your house. And I was like, well, we can't do it at my house. We can't do it at your house. And he's like, should we bring our wives? I'm like, no. And then I go, can she bring someone? He goes, yeah, probably for safety. And then he caught himself and he goes, maybe that's not the message we want to send out.
You're going to need protection.
Laughing at the idea that we were pitching that she should bring safety to a meeting with us, and we laughed probably for 10 minutes. Literally just laughed for 10 minutes. And then one night I'm getting ready I get done working out. I'm at the new house. I'm getting ready to have a cocktail, and Segura calls me and he goes, have you checked your DMs? And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, check your DMs. I checked my DMs and I got a DM from Jennifer Aniston. Wow. And we lost it. I mean, it was like you guys are the funniest guys. And then we're like, do not let her watch any of the Reese Witherspoon stuff we've done. I don't think she'll think we're funny anymore.
Right, yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. Wow.
It was crazy.
So going back to the movie for a second, Bert, Mark Hamill's the only name that's been announced associated with this. Is there, can we leak a little information here on the Preston and Steve Show? Anybody else that we might know is involved in the project?
I don't know. I don't know how to say their names.
Are you using a lot of local actors or actors from Europe that we might not be familiar with?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're using a lot of them. The guy playing Igor is awesome. I mean, if I send you his video, I'll send you his video.
Yeah.
If I can get it today, I'll send it to you, and you will fall in love with this dude the second he says the machine. Okay. That's my favorite casting probably that I've seen. Actually, everyone's great. The girl. I don't know who I can say, but by the way, I can't even say any of their names. So.
Yeah. No, it's so cool.
I would love to see like Boban. How do you say his last name? Basketball player, 7'5".
He's in John Wick 3, Parabellum. Yeah,
that guy would be great. I don't know. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to ask you. So you do Two Bears in One Cave. You're also doing this podcast with Bill Burr. We're actually going to have Bill Burr on the show tomorrow. So why do you giggle like that?
I bet that guy makes me giggle. Has he ever told you? Has he ever told you about the time he was at the Sistine Chapel?
No.
Should we ask him about it?
Or is he going to get mad?
No. He's like, I'm such a moron, Bert. He goes, I'm at the Sistine Chapel with my wife, and we're looking up, and I'm thinking, this is great. You know what? If someone was smart, they'd open a bar right outside here and call it the 17th Chapel.
17th, the 16th chapel.
That's
Makes me giggle so hard. We did a podcast with Stanhope.
That's
and
great.
all we did was talk about day drinking, best day drinking scenarios. And Bill hasn't drank in like 2 years.
Yeah.
And I swear to God, all of us almost fell off the wagon.
By the way, here's a connection. You're going to be related to Mark Hamill in The Machine and Bill Burr's on The Mandalorian. You're all now living in the Star Wars universe to some extent. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, what's interesting is I got an offer to be on The Mandalorian like 2 months ago. They hit me up. They sent me with this role, and they're like, "Hey, you interested?" And I was just like, "I'll pass." What? And my daughter lost it. They're like, "Why? What are you doing?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really, not really like I don't watch The Mandalorian. Like I tried to watch it, I couldn't get into it.
Right.
And my daughters lost it. They lost it.
It's a great show. It's so freaking good. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then when we got Mark Hamill to play my dad, I went. I think I'm still a Jedi, guys. Like it runs in the family.
You know, Bill's whole thing is he's always made fun of the Star Wars universe. He's always, and here he is, and he jokes, he talks about, you're friends with him, and here he is, square in the middle, and now he's having to sort of sheepishly say, okay, I kind of get it now, you know.
Oh yeah, wait, that's a great one. Ask him to tell you about all the stuff going on in season 1. Say, hey, Bill, the seasons you did, tell us about the story.
Oh, he has no idea.
He hasn't watched any of them.
All right, yeah, we'll get him on that.
Bert, it was years ago. We had done this live broadcast. Basically, it was from like a trash company, right? So it's a place. They won an opportunity. They did a charity drive, and they won an opportunity for us to broadcast live. And Bill Burr came out, and we actually flew him out to this live broadcast in a helicopter. I don't know if he's going to remember that, but it was so funny because that was like the first taste of the real Bill Burr that I got, because we wanted to play this game called Crack Shot, right? And Crack Shot is listeners call up, give us trivia questions. If we get it wrong, we get shot with a BB gun. And so we wanted him to be the shooter. And he's like, "No, I'm not doing it." No, I don't want to do it. He's like, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, this. I think we just offended Bill Burr. Like, this is like shooting people with a BB gun is beneath him. He's like, "Nah, I'm not doing it."
Yeah, we weren't shooting him.
No, he was
wanted
going to shoot us. Yeah.
But still, he didn't like it, so that was fine. Yeah, it apparently didn't hurt his career, so he's doing fine. Yeah. So how long will the shoot be taking place for the Machine, Bert?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, wow.
Is your family coming out at all?
Man who knows a thing or two about that diddly beat on 93.3 WMMR. Who do you love? George Thorogood and the Destroyers. As we continue back to school A to Z, which has a shelf life of today. And then that is it, because
Dunzo.
We're deep into the W's. We're near the end. But it has been such a wonderful ride. That's our last bit of participation, personally, for the Preston and Steve show for the Back to School A to Z. But there's more people coming up that are going to take care of you, obviously, through the rest of the day. I would like to take a moment and thank a few people for being on our program. We have, first of all, Mr. Christopher Knight.
Hey.
Peter Brady from the Brady Bunch. And now he has a production company. And he was mentioning a few of the projects about that. And it's called Former Prodigy Media. The one in particular that we talked about for a while is called True Love, the film, and it's about this girl who has this condition called Williams syndrome. It's really, really interesting. It's somebody who's like perpetually outgoing and happy, but it's a genetic condition.
Yeah.
And it comes along with some downfalls to it, but it does have a real big upside as well.
Yeah. Again, they say, is this a problem or a superpower? You know, and that's but it looks really interesting. I was watching a bit of it last night.
Yeah, True Love, the film, is available on all major streamers and cable as well. And then we had Adam Ray.
Hey!
Adam is hilarious, man. He is at Punchline tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday, and you can go to punchlinephilly.com to get the tickets. And this dude's stars on the way up.
Oh,
He's killing it.
He's between the movies and then stand-up and the stuff that he's writing and creating, it's just top-level stuff.
Yep, so it was cool having him on this morning. And it's great having Jackie Bam Bam.
as well. Hi there, Jackie.
Good morning.
How you doing, buddy?
I mean, Live Aid, Thorogood, Diddley right there, Rye Bread, the Brady Bunch, and Whippets. How am I going to top that? All we need is the banana splits.
The banana splits.
Are you going to do a little banana splits?
Do they have a W song? We'll find one.
All right, we'll find God. All right, let's do the letter of the day. All right, man?
Okay. All
right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. All right, and the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
The letter H, as in honor to be in for Pierre Robert.
I love that.
Yeah.
There's one more to go, and then tomorrow we give away $500 from The Bagster.
The Bagster.
The Bagster is the most convenient and affordable way to help with your home cleanup. Buy it at any home improvement store. Fill it, and then simply schedule your collection, and it is gone. Clean it up with The Bagster. A dumpster in a bag. So what's going on today? What do you want to hit?
You're leaving me with the W's, so I counted them out, though. I did a little homework. I think it's 141 songs. I don't think I'm going to finish them, though.
You don't think-
W's?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, of just the W's?
Just the W's, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
I grabbed the book. I don't want to believe we're in the W's, but we are.
Yeah, yeah.
Slow down.
I know, man. I want this to drag out even longer.
Me too.
So will this end up being the longest A to Z that we've done?
Yes.
Yeah. Is it right? It's going to have to be.
Yeah, we have not been playing the songs in the overnight hours from midnight to 6 a.m.
Yeah.
We
So
don't
that's
have
made it
anybody on
longer,
the air
yeah.
at the time. So they want us, the live jocks, to be presenting it. So, yeah, that's making it a little bit longer as well. And they probably added more titles, too, to the whole thing. So, but it wraps up today from what I hear.
Yeah, a lot of debuts, and thank you for that schedule. Now I know where I'm at the MM Barbecue. It's going to be a great weekend. My mom said leather pants, 72 degrees. I'm ready.
That's perfect. That's leather pant weather.
Did you hear that, Romano?
That is leather pant weather, yes.
All right.
All right, let me thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Wild Fork Meat and Seafood Market. Enjoy the largest selection of quality meats and seafood at low prices. So tomorrow is No Sad Bro Friday, and we will have a couple of guests in the studio. Justin Willman will be here.
Yes.
As well as comedian Becky Robinson. And we'll give away everything we have to give away and the Word of the Week prize and all that stuff. That wraps up tomorrow. Okay, so that's it. We are done. Rage on. Have a wonderful day, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.